There we go. Hello, everybody. What's up? Welcome to the inn.
Hello.
This is us 6 wonderful beings gathering to play some D&D. First, some lovely announcements. First off, you're at the inn. Yay, you made it to the inn. Relax, grab a drink, and take a moment of peace with us all before the world collapses.
Yeah.
Alright, moment of peace done. This week, coming up as usual, Mondays, we are closed. Typical. We do have our standard workup of what we do on a weekly basis, so you can see and check what we have going on inside our schedules, and you can always follow our lovely socials to keep up to date with what is going on in the day and the day after. Let me just type in socials. Well, yeah. Tune into the socials tomorrow and check out what's going on Tuesday, and so on and so forth. Other than that...
We're getting his place, and there it is. Okay.
There it is. I think, well, I don't really have any random announcements. Anyone got anything else?
No.
Attack.
Yeah, that wraps it up. So we're going to roll an intro, and I'll recap everything.
It is open, my friends. Battles have yet to begin. Laughter will be heard in gales and floods, if not at least there will be blood. The sorrow and loss may abound. We'll do our best to hold this hallowed ground.
And welcome back. So, last week, everyone met up on the shores of the island known as the City of Souls, which they have learnt to be called Osana. They met a new friend, Arden, who was cheery and happy to be coming back home after 15 years away, only to go to the place and discover that it is filled with sand effigies of the residents who once lived there many years ago. Arden, filled with distraught, was a little quiet after that. They ended up running into, after Brolog so rudely destroyed one of the effigies, they ran into a being who came up basically yelling at them, angry at them for doing it. It took them to the inn, to the bar, place, tavern, whatever they would like to call it, where some of them started to fall asleep randomly after finding a couple of devices and learning something about Banathar Blut, the individual they're searching for. In these sleeping times, they ended up in a different realm where they fought some creatures. Kinda didn't go so well. There was a lot of friendly fire. And in the end, a few of them went down. They did end up winning. Anubis got beat up by some constructs of some kind that were being formed of sorts in the real realm that were attacking her. The whole time, that random individual sitting there on the counter reading a book. Where we start is right after Yolandriel casts the healing spells on Zorai and Praspidus, of which both of you are immediately waking up in the real realm, so the inn that you fell asleep in, and I need you both to make wisdom saving throws.
Alright, D&D Beyond.
First roll.
Give me something good, because I don't know where my dice are.
Uh-oh.
13.
7.
13 and 7. Zorai, you succeed. Paraspidus, you have failed. You lose another 5 maximum HP.
Ouch.
And with that, what are you all doing?
So who is in this other plane?
Me and
In
you.
the other plane is Yolandriel, Brolog, and Steve.
Steve.
Okay.
And our guest.
No, he's back.
No, that's in the he's in the real
Oh,
one.
he's in the real?
It's
Okay.
Praspidus and Zara
I-
that are waking up.
I'm gonna heal Steve and Brolog and myself and see if that works. But I might be spending spell slots that I'll need later, so sorry. Let's do first level cure wounds.
Okay.
3. So that let's see, a creature you touch regains a number of hit points equal to 1d8 plus my spell casting. You're healed for 6. All of us
6?
are technically, yeah, all of us.
Does that target
Uh,
only one creature?
Yeah, it's touch and it's only one creature.
Oh,
So
not.
are you casting it multiple times?
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm using
Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
Whenever you
3
heal
first
them,
level.
you remain in the same plane.
Fuck. I say out loud.
And people are beginning to return to the inn.
Brolog turns to Yolandriel and says, I hate magic. I have an idea. Hold still. Brolog will start doing this to Yolandriel's face.
Hold on, please.
While you're doing that,
Anubis never has considered leaving combat.
mhm,
So a lot of these actions are taking up time. So the Anubis
Yes.
would still be in combat.
so that would be
How do you want to time this?
at the end of your Yolandriel's gone at that point. So when you start doing those slapping motions, that would be when your turns inside the combats would be over. Paraspidus and Zorai still both go before you, Anubis, so they would both have actions. Starting
Sure.
with Paraspidus. Paraspidus, you are just waking up.
Alright, I'm going to look confused around the room and assess the situation.
Okay, give me an insight check.
Can I use a superiority dice with this?
You can, absolutely. Definitely with the situation.
Perfect.
Please.
I'm gonna be doing the same thing. You just want me to roll now, and just get it out at once.
Yeah. If you're gonna do the same thing on yours, give me a investigation.
Oh wait, that was insight.
Insight, yes.
Speak on.
Sorry, insight.
Yeah.
Insight. My
Okay.
bad.
Damn it. 9.
Gun guys.
9. Okay.
I
Did
rolled
you
a
roll a
natural
one?
1 for a total of 10.
Ooh.
You
Oof.
are confused. With yours, Paraspidus, you're more so on the ground. You kind of just lean up a bit. The table, you can't actually see the other individual, and you can only see part of Anubis. It's very inconvenient to be able to actually read the room, seeing as you can't really see anyone other than Zorai. Zorai, with yours, you don't necessarily get what the tension of the room is, but you would notice that Anubis is beat to hell. And the dude's just reading a book.
What's the dude? Where's the dude reading the book at? I don't know the images.
He is, so if you're looking at the roll 20, let me get rid of some of these effects so we're not confused here. Boop. So this guy, that's
here?
not, yeah, that one right there. You would be right here.
Okay.
Praspis would be around there. He's just kind of sitting there.
I'm not gonna do anything else. I don't know if you are, Percy.
I'm a little too confused right now. I'm trying to grasp my bearings.
Yep,
Okay.
I'm doing nothing else.
Then Anubisai goes to you.
Movement.
Oh no.
Oh. As players, please don't freak out, but you've never seen this side of Anubis. For my bonus action,
Should do
I
this.
am casting Spirit Shroud.
Okay. What does that do?
As a bonus action, call for spirits, intangible and invulnerable. Does have a concentration. Attacks, all of my attacks add a plus 1d8 necrotic. Any
Okay.
creature that takes damage cannot regain hit points until the start of your next turn. Any creature you see that starts its turn within 10 feet has speed reduced by 10 feet until the start of your next turn.
Okay, so if they're close to you, their speed is reduced.
Yes. I don't think I'm within 10 feet yet.
Not quite yet. There we go. Some color synchronization. Well, when you...
And then as my
Mhm.
action, I am casting Toll the Dead. As I say, death comes for you, and point at him. It's a cantrip.
It is. Indeed it is.
He gets a wisdom save.
There we go. Mad scramble to get the board fixed because I completely forgot to do that. Look at that. We did things. Yay.
I got you, boo. Sorry, I was a little weird last week. I don't know what came over me.
Mhm.
Oh shoot. I still have Lily
I was
on
all
right there.
friendly and stuff. Disgusting.
All that nature. So
All
good
right.
for you.
Wisdom saving throw. That is a 25.
Oh, well. That's a save. No effect.
Okay.
Oh, that's my movement, bonus, and action. That's all I can do at this moment.
Once you finish that, he doesn't even look up. He turns the page, and as he does, he says, "No, she doesn't. She's not here." And continues reading. Brings us around to your Londriel. You're being slapped by Brolock.
Hey,
Repeatedly.
I'm kind of like doing this thing, trying to like stop him, but his hands are really big, so that's like the best I can do. How long are you planning on doing this, Peter?
Well, as soon as it's my turn, I will stop doing it because it obviously isn't working.
Okay, after you're done, there's gonna be like scuff marks on my face, and I'm gonna say, "What? I don't. How did you think that was gonna work?"
Well, it worked for Percy, remember?
I don't think that's. I think it's something else.
6 seconds.
Magic is dumb.
That's the both of you.
Yep.
Brassvidus and Zarai.
I will stand and look over at Anubisai and that fellow, and what's going on over there?
Anubisai's got this dark... it's like a spiritual shroud around her. It's very ominous to look at, and it doesn't look good. And she's pointing at the mortal one. You just heard... The mortal one. You didn't hear me say that. And you just heard her say, "Death comes for you." And him reply with, "No, she doesn't. She's not here."
Wait. Right. That roll of a 1 really threw me off. I'm going to sit down, and I'm going to say, Anubisai, if you'd like me to hop in and assist you, just let me know.
Zora, anything from you?
I'm gonna look around the bar top real quick. I can use my bonus action if you want me to do that. I want to look for a beer.
So it's easy to find. There's actually whiskey right in front of you. You fell
might
asleep,
take-
basically. Oh, by the way, you're also
Fine.
inebriated.
You're welcome.
Fair enough. Hey, at least my weird self last week held true to that. I'm
There you
gonna
go.
grab it, and before I take a drink, I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds at a 2nd level on myself. Oh! Got the max I could. Rolled 2 8s out of possibility of 8.
Okay, very nice.
So for a total of 8. Wait, what is it? 18. Oh, my modifiers. That's right.
Disgusting amount of modifiers.
Yes, the scythe that's helping me out. Oh, I probably should have mentioned that. I pulled out my scythe as I'm like looking, because I gotta cast through that now. Still learning, still getting used to
spell
it.
focus. Okay,
And yeah, taking a drink.
Anubisai.
It's muted.
Muted. Always.
Yeah, you are muted.
Sorry, movement. It looks like he's on the bar. Is he really on the bar? Or...
He is on the bar. He is sitting on the bar.
Okay, well, I move up to him and swing with my sword.
Okay. You are, as you move up to him, you realize that there is a shifting between him. Your attacks are at disadvantage.
Okie doke. First attack.
Oh,
Natural 1.
That does not hit.
Don't think the 3 would have hit either. Second attack. So 13 hit. I doubt it, but
It does not.
that's all I can do at the moment.
Alright, at this point, he closes the book, looks at you, and is like, "You really? Why are you doing this?" Sir, I didn't do anything. I've just been sitting here reading my book. Why are you attacking me? And that is what he does for his turn. Prologue in your Londriel.
I'm standing there looking through my spell book, trying to see if there's anything that I can do.
Brolog would like to investigate for things that he could perhaps break that would fix the situation.
Okay, give me an investigation check.
This can't be good. 10.
10. Yolondriel, give me an Arcana check.
Okay.
10. Yeah, you see a lot of
No, that's not what I said. I didn't say 10. I said something.
Oh no, I was
like,
thinking
okay.
Prologue for the 10.
Oh, my bad.
Prologue on the 10. There's a lot of bars, stools, there's tables, chairs, mugs. Nothing in particular that might help.
Brolog will go sit on the floor and try to fall back asleep.
That'd be a.
Give me a wisdom check.
Me?
Yes. With advantage,
Okay.
considering your things for being Prologue.
That's cool 10.
Cool 10. You feel like there's something there. Like you can connect to yourself still, but you just can't quite reach out for that focus. Londrel, anything specific from you?
Oh, that's a natural 0 from me on that Arcana check.
Yeah.
So
You
go ahead and
just
continue.
through the book. Paraspidus and Zorai.
I can see now that Anubisai is very clearly attacking this guy. This guy's
Yes.
questioning why. I will sit down, or I mean, I should already be sitting, and I will take the glass of whiskey that had been poured for me, and I will start to sip at it.
You gave the glass of whiskey that you were sipping at to Zorai, who drank it before he fell
Right.
asleep.
Right. I forgot about that. What's his face's glass of whiskey still there, right?
No, they were all handed to Zorai. Pretty much everyone made mention that they're handing it to Zorai. That's why he's trashed right now.
Right. Is there currently a glass of whiskey that is either full or empty in front of Zorai?
Probably on the process of
Actually-
being emptied.
Yeah, it's to my lips, going down the hatch.
Is there an empty one on the table?
A few.
Okay. What about the bottle?
You might squeeze a glass out of it.
I'm going to take what's left of the bottle, put it in one of the empty glasses, and drink that.
Okay.
I'm gonna notice him doing this and offer a cheers up before I top off my glass.
As I say,
Or before I finish my glass, like just like a little clink.
continue watching.
Oh no, I'm doing something this time.
Okay, what are you doing then?
I am going to. I'm gonna assume I notice Anubisai trying to hit this guy.
Yep.
I'm gonna pull up my moonsight. I'm gonna kind of like haphazardly, not haphazardly, but just kind of like, almost like looking like I don't want to do this, but whatever. And I'm gonna cast Ice Knife at level 2 at the guy.
Okay. Give me an attack roll. At disadvantage. What'd you roll?
A natty 1.
Natty 1?
And 8.
It explodes in your hand.
But guess what I can do again?
So actually,
I'm I'm gonna still do ice knife, but I
Anubisai,
can't do
give
the
me a
whole dude.
dexterity saving throw.
Oh yeah, that's right. So does the other guy, even if it doesn't hit.
No, it's a natty 1.
No?
You might have just hit her.
That's fair. Oh shit. Oh no.
Alright, gonna die.
15.
15. That's enough. Yeah. It zooms past you and then ends up hitting this back wall back here, exploding without having any effect on anything. That was your action to cast Ice Knife.
Whether it hits or misses,
It explodes.
any creature within 5 feet has to make a dexterity
Yes.
saving throw.
And it exploded back there,
Oh, it did. Okay.
Yeah,
which is more than 5 feet away from any of them.
Alright. Can I cast it again at a level 1 spell because I can do 2 attacks?
That is an action to cast Ice Knife.
Oh,
Remember, there's a difference between spell attacks and just raw melee
yeah,
or
I keep
ranged
forgetting.
attacks.
Sorry, and it's been 2 weeks. My bad. Alright. I'll be like, I'm just finish my drink. That's it.
All right, Anubisai then.
I'm going to let out an eerie, piercing scream. These stairs that are right beside me, are they going up or down?
They're going up.
Have I seen any stairs that are going down?
You have not.
Is there a door in here that I'm not seeing?
There is one right here.
I am going to yell, wake the rest of the party, and I am going to attempt to vault over the counter, land at the door.
He is not stopping you.
I know he's not.
Can we see an athletics check to watch Anubisai vault over the counter?
I would say
Pull this thing.
to vault over him, I would, yeah, athletics or acrobatics.
I don't think either one of those is going to matter, but let me look just out of curiosity. Oh, athletics. Yes, athletics. I will take an athletics roll. That would be a total of 21.
21, effortlessly, you just leap over, land on the other side, splinter some of the wood as you land in front of the door. That would be 20 feet of your movement. 25 feet of your movement.
Is the door unlocked?
It
Try and
is.
open the door.
It is unlocked. I
Where does it
will
lead?
move that. Doot. Doot. Oh, dynamic lighting. What a beautiful thing. Oh, hey,
So
that
that's-
thing's still there.
25, 30. Is there a person here?
No, there's
Or
not.
is it just a sand?
It was
Okay.
me hiding something for convenience. A sand person, though, yes. There was one of those things hiding around. It's
If there
cowering
is one
behind
in
of
front
the
of me,
barrels.
I will walk through it. But
It's
if it gets
cowering
in my
behind a
way.
barrel.
okay. That's my movement. All my movement to that position.
Okay.
So that's all I can do at the moment.
All right.
Besides being extremely pissed that whoever this is way more powerful than me.
He looks genuinely confused as he looks around What's your problem? Huh. You're awake. How was that? He sits back again and opens up his book and starts perusing through it. He directed that at Zorai and Paraspidus. Would Anubisai still consider this being in combat?
Yes.
Yes?
I mean, I would, yes.
Okay.
I know where my next target might be.
Okay. In which case, that brings us round to Yolondril and Brolog.
Question. Where's Arden?
Arden he's sitting at the counter.
Okay.
Kind of
Is he
staring.
is in the off plane or the real plane?
He's in the same one as you.
Same one as me. Okay. Okay. So Brolog will go up to Arden and say, "Hey,
Yeah.
you've been here before. Any ideas?"
Well, yeah, I've been to this town before. This is where I'm from, but I've not been here before. This is different.
I hoped that you would be a more useful individual. That is unfortunate. Yolondril, any thoughts?
I am gonna look up from my spell book and ask Brolog, "How are you feeling?"
Okay. I can still sort of view my real self.
That's about 6 seconds.
Well, I was gonna do something.
Real quick,
'Cause I was
while he's
asking
saying
him-
that. Yeah.
I'm casting sleep on him at 3rd level. I'm dumping my last 3rd level spell slot to try and put him to sleep.
Okay. Roll the hit points.
Okay, so that is.
Does it matter if Prologue is not going to defend against this? Does it matter at all?
Sleep is you don't have any save. If they roll enough
Okay.
for the hit points,
Okay.
you just go down.
Cool.
Unless you're immune to being put to sleep, like Anubisai.
Oh, okay. So it says creatures within 20 feet. So I'm gonna try and put the 3 of them to sleep. Arden, Steve, and Brolog. And
Focus.
see which ones I hit.
Which order? Which order are you gonna do?
I'm gonna focus Brolog
Focus
and
Brolog?
Arden,
Okay.
and then Steve.
Great.
At least if me and Steve are stuck,
Wow.
we're stuck together.
Oh.
So he's
Okay.
not left alone. All right, so 5.
too kind.
That's. That's pretty good. 34.
34.
I rolled
Brolog.
really fucking good.
Is that my remaining hit points?
No, how many hit points are you at?
So I'm at 31. After
31?
being injured. So am I asleep?
When you cast this spell, Yolondril,
Mm-hmm.
you focus it on Brolog, and then floop, he pops out. The sand effigy on your side disappears, and Brolog, you wake up on the ground.
Aha! Somebody else got it.
Also, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay. Is this one of those ones I get an advantage, I assume?
Yes, you would get this at advantage. And someone check to see if Arden's at 3 hit points.
I don't know how to check that.
It's in the his
I
character
check.
sheet's in the campaign section.
Checking.
Because you would have
I
3
rolled
hit
a
points
natty.
left.
I rolled a natty 20.
A natural 20. Okay. You're fine.
He's listed at 35 on his sheet.
Then yeah, he doesn't wake up.
Steve?
Steve?
He's at 13, I believe.
Yeah, he won't wake
Okay.
up then either. Alright, so Brolog, that's at the end of your turn that you're rejoicing at being awake. When it goes around to Zarai and Praspidis, Prologue's just waking up.
Excellent. Where is your Laundriel's body?
Your Laundriel's body's right next to you. Right here.
Right.
Arden's
I'm
right
going
next to
to.
him.
I'm going to shake his body as if trying to shake him awake.
Okay. That works. Your Laundriel. You wake up. Give me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, I was gonna splash some water in his face.
Your Laundriel, wisdom saving throw.
Oh, my bad. Sorry, boys. I was
You
reading
were
a
so
spell.
deep. Yeah.
I was so deep into reading that spell that
I saw
my brain
the
just shut
glass
off.
plane over the face.
Yeah.
I thought he
maybe
froze for a
you're
second.
right.
I
Yeah.
thought he froze for a second. I was like,
Oh,
oh
that's
no,
my
this
fault.
movement. We're good. We're good. We're good.
19.
19. Okay, you succeed.
Cool. Sorry, boys.
No, you're good.
I realized that I forgot to roll an additional D8 for that spell, but it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. That's why I was lost in my head, because I was like, oh, you suck, Ethan.
Yeah, you wouldn't have been able to wake up anyone else.
Anyway, so
3 plus 8 is just 11, and everyone was above 11, so...
Yep.
Great. That would be your action, Praspidus, to shake him awake.
I will then tell him, I just shook you awake. Apparently that works. Arden's right there. Where's Steve?
Steve is on the counter, just literally right here. Sleeping.
I'll look at Zara. And I'll say, just shake Steve awake. That should work. And then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Move right here.
To go over the bar is difficult terrain, so each square counts as 10 feet.
I'll go right here.
10, that would be 15, so you actually, wow, you have, how much movement do you have?
30.
30? You can
5,
get
10.
here. 10, 15, 20, 5, 30.
I don't know
It's
how to
not-
count.
It doesn't work like Pathfinder. Pathfinder takes additional for going diagonally. And this one going diagonal is just 5 feet.
No, I literally don't know how to
Oh.
count. That was all that was.
All right. You technically do still have a bonus action.
I mean, I don't really have anything I can do with this bonus act. Well, no, I could. Pretty sure I burnt those though.
Sorry, be thinking about what you're going to do on your turn.
Yeah, I burnt that.
Which I think you are. Burn that. Okay.
Just gonna do the same thing as him.
Shake Steve
Literally,
awake.
but with Steve instead of Bulandrio.
Okay, Steve needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
+2. Oh, right. Oh, I gotta find a dice. We're gonna roll animal handling because it's the same modifier. 18.
18, he succeeds.
Alright. And then 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Oh, we'll just go right there. I'm just gonna stay behind him. And that's that. That's action and movement. I guess bonus, but I don't have any bonus. So, that's that.
Alrighty. Anubis,
Yeah.
it is your turn.
So 25 feet of movement. And try and open the trap door.
It opens freely.
Jump down.
You
Disappeared. Where am I?
to the right.
No.
To the right, to the right.
Everything in.
It was 25 to walk there. How much to jump down?
For you, you don't have to brace or anything, basically. You
Nope.
can just jump down for another 5 feet.
Okay, so that's 30. You get a whole, I'd say 5 feet. Move there. And I can't do anything else at this moment.
Okay.
I don't see anything else either at the moment.
He's just going to continue reading the book.
Yeah.
Everyone is awake. At this point, we've been disengaged from any attack actions of any kind, so this will be, in general, free kind of RP. The people who are on the first floor, what are you all doing?
I'm gonna walk over to the
Is Arden awake?
trap door.
Arden's not awake yet.
Brolog's going to go over and give Arden a shove, and then he's going to follow Percy over. Not sure. Let's get this out. What's this?
Oh,
Yeah.
5, 10.
I'm gonna go over
he
here.
succeeds.
No, you get to move now. Really, Prologue. We're out of it.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sorry. So follow Percy around here.
Okay.
If he goes in the hole, I will follow him.
I will say, Prospidus, you were going up to the hole. You were just taking a look. You weren't jumping down just yet.
Not yet.
Not yet?
Can I see down there, or is it dark?
You cannot. It is dark. It is pitch black. Prologue, when you start getting closer, give me a perception check at advantage.
This is a sign I like.
I will start to light a torch.
Oh boy, it is not going well thus far. 11.
11. That's fine. The DC for this is very, very low due to your senses. The reek of sulfur is coming from that hole. It reeks of it. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. 14.
14. You resist the urge to gag at the smell of it. It is repulsive.
I turn to Percy and say, the sulfur's really bad down there. You should probably not go there.
Maybe this one, actually. Anything in particular from Zara or Yolandriel?
Yep, I'm assuming these are just like casks of like alcohol of some sorts.
They're casks.
I'm gonna like turn the nozzles or find where the nozzles are and see if there's anything in them, and then if there is something in them, I'm gonna try them and see if they're any good.
They
I'm
are
gonna do it with
all
all three.
dry.
Unfortunate. I'm going right over here to
It takes
Percy.
most of that time just to be able to start to look through this, especially with your drunk fingers kind of fumbling around the nozzles.
I'll
for
go
a
over
bit.
here then.
Yolandriel, anything from you?
I'm going to walk around, quickly check up on Arden as I walk around. Kind of like, how you doing, bud?
He's kind of sitting quietly, staring at the counter, a little. You know what it felt like being misplaced from your home. It almost looks like something like that's happening to him right now. Only he knows for a fact everyone at his home is dead.
Okay, I'm gonna put my hand on his shoulder as I walk around, and I'm gonna say, I know this sucks, but just stick with us. We'll get through it. And then I'm gonna keep walking around, all the way to here, check up on Steve, kind of like call him up to my shoulder as I walk through here to where these guys are.
They joined you.
Okay, I'm gonna walk all the way to the trap door And I'm gonna
It'll take you
stick my.
a
Go
bit
ahead,
to
sorry.
get there.
Okay.
You'll get to this point where Steve climbs from one side of your shoulder to the other and then hops onto Zarai's.
Yeah.
There.
And I will wait to continue.
Okay, and Mubasai. While they're all situating upstairs, you have landed in the basement. There are casks and barrels around in places, and as you move around one of the rows in front of you, you see what looks to be a bleeding black mess. It looks like it was at one point possibly alive, but now it is split in several areas and has this black ooze just seeping from it.
Is
It
that
was
what
maybe
this yellow thing is?
That's what the yellow thing is, yes. It's maybe about 1 foot wide, about 2 feet long. A little sluggish in nature. Definitely not moving.
I'm just going to continue to eventually scan every inch of this basement.
While you're going through, you see that there's a table that at one point maybe it had produce on it, but everything has molded over and decayed at this point. Skeleton of an animal that was being prepared for food at one point. Another one of these heaping black messes. In total, there are 2 down here, both of them in the same condition.
I'm so pissed. I need to kill something right now. Do I know that there's sulfur down here? High concentrations of it?
You don't breathe.
Yeah, I don't breathe. Don't
Yeah.
really smell.
I would say no.
Rough being the undead. Am I right?
I'm not undead.
Well, I mean, in a roundabout way.
Brolok would like to
Undead, I'm
call
just not
down
alive.
into the hole and say, Anubisai, do you need assistance?
I don't think so. What was down here looks to be dead. I'm going to stab each of them, though, just to be certain.
That's a good idea.
Okay. When you pull your blade out, you go in for that stab. The skin, it curves around your blade. And it sinks in for about 2-3 inches before finally giving way. And you hear this sharp shh, as if you just had some kind of metal scraping on metal. And it takes a lot of pressure to puncture and pierce through.
Do it to both.
Same story on the other one as well.
Except I won't be so gentle on the other one.
It's a bit more violent.
I'll slam my sword down like I'm looking to place it a couple inches into the stone floor.
Those of you looking down the hole hear a cacophonous clang as 2 very loud objects and hard objects, unwilling to give way to each other, collide with each other, and the sound reverberates and bounces through this stone cellar, basically blasting you all in the face. It almost hurts.
How did it go?
I think they were dead.
That is a shame.
Yes. Very.
Praspidus is going to put his torch away, seeing as he doesn't need to go down there. start heading back this way.
You guys know he's not really the best at seeing stuff, right?
Very true.
Gee, sorry.
But it could be lethal down here for you guys.
I'm gonna get up closer to the hole with Steve behind me. I'm gonna like peer my head over, like directly over, or attempt to.
Directly over. Okay. Give me a perception. You know what, actually? Give me a nature check as well. A perception and a nature.
Perception 10,
10. Okay.
nature 12.
12. So when you peer over, you see this dark hole, but you have night vision, so a lot of greys down below. Doesn't really help too much, seeing as it's nothing but grey stone beneath. So you're getting just basic outlines of the grooves of the stones as they're put together and the wooden ladder. As far as your nature, when you're peering over, you can really smell the concentration and get the sense that there's a lot down there. And you remember back to when your teacher was telling you about some of the elements and what's safe and what's not safe. I remember that when you smell sulfur of this concentration, to stay clear of it. It's not a question of who might survive, it's a question of if it gets to a high concentration, you're just dead.
Shoo. I'm out of there. I'm going behind the bar. Is
Yeah.
there anything like any bottles of anything in the general area?
There's plenty of bottles, but everything's empty.
I might ask this guy real quick before someone else wants to do something. If he knows if there's anything anywhere to drink.
No, nowhere. Place is dry. He says this as he pulls drinks from a bottle and puts it back somewhere you don't see.
I'm gonna eyeball him. I don't want to let someone else go.
Okay. What's everyone else
Okay.
doing?
Back upstairs.
I'm going back to the bar area.
While you're walking around Parasibitus, you remember as you see the recording device you left on the counter. Sitting and waiting there.
What is this made out of?
It is made of wood.
What sort?
Just plank wood.
Brolog would like to make a hole.
Alright. I won't say any need for making rolls, because it's a wall. And you're using a magical item now, so I can't just randomly break your axe for fun.
And I'm really good at breaking walls.
And you're really good at breaking walls, so the rest of you start hearing the crashing of an axe going against wood as someone is breaking through one of the walls.
I don't know how long that takes, but then I
It'll
go
take a
through
bit. It goes for
Okay.
a while. It's going to go for a bit.
Okay.
And Ubasai climbing up behind you while you're breaking through this wall. Arden looks up and says, Hey! Just because everyone's dead doesn't mean you can start desecrating the whole place.
Can I hear him?
You
back here
can.
whilst I'm doing it? Okay.
You can.
That is exactly what it means.
There's a slight chuckle from the person reading the book, and I like that guy.
Yeah. I just kind
How
of
many
stand there
cylind-
for a minute, like,
How many cylinders did we find upstairs with Banathar Blut?
1 loaded and 3 extra.
I'm going to take the 3 extra and then remove the one that's loaded, and I'm going to leave the machine.
Okay.
I'm going to put those in my bag of holding.
Okay.
Let me know when I get out to the main room. Time-wise.
It's when you're passing Brolog hacking into the wall.
How thick is the wall?
It's maybe a foot. It's not very thick.
Nah. I'll let him have his fun. I'll just walk past. Let me know when I get out to the main room.
Okay.
So I have words.
Any other little quick things, everyone else?
Nah.
Nah? Okay.
Yeah, just I'm about to 4 minutes. And I'll
Yeah,
I'm gonna dip.
good.
So just have me follow Percy.
Okay. Sounds good. So, yeah, Nubasai, floor's yours. You, everyone else is kind of just standing there, sitting down, looking at other little things, not doing much. Zarai, are you there?
Breaking a
or are you
wall.
going at somewhere else?
I'm just gonna stay here.
You're just standing at one end of the bar?
Yeah, I'm gonna pull a swig out of my. I'm gonna pull my cast flask out and pour it into one of the empty glass somewhere, and just sip on that while I just kind of stand. Screw it. We're going to the other side, and we're just sitting there drinking until Percy comes out or whatever Percy does.
Okay. Anubisai.
So I look at this guy and I say, explain to me how you are not a part of what just happened.
Well, I'm not trying to kill you.
Your
If I was
actions
part of
say
it, I'd be trying to
otherwise.
kill you. Really? I haven't done anything. Well, what have I done to try to do any of that stuff? I'm curious. I'm really, genuinely, quiet. Please present your evidence.
So in the 10 years you've been here, you've never been attacked?
No, not once. I've seen those
And
things
we get
walking
attacked
around.
day
But
one?
must be the tasty souls you walk with.
When the entire party fell asleep and became sand people, you didn't care?
Not really.
You did no actions to help them?
Did I have to? I did no actions to kill them either.
When
They
the
were
things
helpless.
were spawning and attacked me, none of them even tried to attack you.
Nope.
And then again, of course, you didn't help me either.
Didn't have to.
So by not taking any actions, to me, it represents that you're a part of this.
I'm a little confused. I'm not part of anything. I'm very strictly third party. I stay out of what I can. I'm just here to watch and observe what goes on in the territory. If you walk in, disturb it, and get attacked, that's, well, what's going on in the territory. I'm here observing and watching. I'm not going to take any part of it on either side. But please, by all means, make assumptions. That's absolutely wise and safe to do. Always a good idea. It doesn't get anyone into any problems, especially not the people here.
Are there torches in this room?
There are a few.
I'm going to walk over, grab one, and walk out the door.
Okay. He watches you do that. I think I get it. Yeah, I think I get her point. Okay. Huh. Oh well. So, you guys look like you had a real good time. What happened?
Is Brolog through the wall yet?
At this point, you're bursting right through the wall.
Okay, in that case, he's gonna go up to this table, jump on it, and start destroying the table.
Okay, you, Praspidus, you could tell that Arden is definitely not pleased.
I'm gonna put my hand on Arden's shoulder, and I'm gonna say, sometimes you cannot control forces of nature. And then I'm going to follow Anubisai out the building without answering the one fellow.
Okay.
Purposefully.
Everyone else?
I'm gonna look at. Well, I'm going to watch Anubisai and then Praspidus leave. I'm gonna look over at Zarai and then at Arden and then at Steve, and I'm gonna say, I follow them, I guess. Okay, and I'm just gonna
Zarai
grab my
follows with
halberd
Steve. Yeah.
off, like I leaned it onto the bar, and I pick it up, and I'm like, Brolog, I think we're going outside. As I
Yeah, Brolog notices Percy leaving. He will stop destroying the table and follow out.
Okay. So everyone followed Anubisai. So Anubisai, where are you going? Arden's gone with you all. He's not.
That's funny,
You daddy.
'cause I was not expecting anyone to follow me. So I'm walking out. I want to look, because we're kind of in like a square, right? Town square.
You're not quite in the town square, but you're close to it.
Find me. How close are the buildings next to each other?
There are a few alleyways, but there are clearly like blocks of places, but they're not full-shaped blocks. Just roads are in some areas, alleyways are in other areas. Some buildings are connected, some are not.
Is
There's a
there
plethora of
a
alleyways there.
building that is mostly wooden, that is standing by itself mostly?
A lot of these buildings look like they're made more of stone than wood. Some of them have a strong wood foundation. Give me an investigation check.
$19? Let's see what my negative is. Just a 1, so 18.
18. There's a few buildings that have more of a stronger wood foundation behind them. You see more wood pillars inside their wooden porch. The first one he finds maybe about a block and a half away.
Okay, while I'm walking and I notice that they're following it, I turn around to Percy and say, I do not trust him, period. I do not like his actions during this whole thing. I don't know what happened to you guys, but from in my side of the world, he did take no actions and did no help and was not threatened by what was attacking or affected. If he wants to claim nothing affects him, that's fine, but I don't trust him. I also suggest you don't follow me any further.
Right. Well, we're going to head back to the boat. I'm not keen on staying here. I don't think sleeping here is a good option.
No.
And I think we got what Adibaba needs for now. If he wants to send someone a little more capable of dealing with this sort of thing than us, he can. But he'll have to make do with whatever's on the cylinders I've grabbed from that machine. So, if you need to find us, we'll be at the boat. And I don't trust him either, but I don't trust him because he acts like something that is uncaring of others. So.
Yep.
The question, Brolog had a bag of bone before falling asleep. Does he still have them, or where are they at?
Had a what?
Not the collection of short stories from Stephen King, but an actual bag of bones.
A bag of bones, the guy we found on the bed, he wrapped him up with the sheets.
You put it in your pack,
Kind of
didn't you?
hard.
Oh, no,
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
Well,
Okay, cool. I didn't know if it fit in the pack.
it didn't, actually, because you
Oh.
had stuff in your... Actually, how much stuff do you have in your bag? Let me double check that real quick. They could
Yeah,
very
okay.
well be in your bag.
I don't carry around my thing.
Do. That's right, you picked up his body. Yeah, you don't have much stuff in your bag, so... Yeah, you could
I
have
put
put
the
them in
bag of
there.
bones in there?
You
Okay,
can,
cool.
yeah.
We'll do that.
Great. Okay,
Brolov
it
is also going to be mumbling to himself whilst following Percy. This is by far the worst place we have been.
Agreed.
Yep.
Percy starts to head for the boat.
Yep.
heading towards the
Following,
boat.
following.
Great.
I know it's a
okay.
long walk, but that's where we're going.
The DM rolls. Walking to the boat is a bold move, Cotton. Let's see how it pays out.
Roll me perception checks.
Yikes.
The smelly kind?
No.
Okay.
Not
But also remember, you're in town. When you're in town, the smelling kind in this town would be at disadvantage, but advantage, so still straight roll.
That's a 2.
It's a 2 from you.
Dirty 20.
Dirty 20. And a 15.
Somebody roll for
The-
Zara.
No real need to, because you're Laundry impressed, but as you both realize this, moments after, like right when you finished talking to Anubisai, Arden turned around and started walking back.
This was his hometown. It is his choice to stay if he wishes to. And he has a boat, so it's not like we're going to be leaving him stranded or anything.
Well, okay. I stop. Because it's Mike's character. And I turn around and I run back. Well, I jog, I don't run. I just kind of like catch up to him. And I go, Arden, I think the better idea is to come back to the boat with us. I get that this is your home, but it's safer there until we figure out what's going on.
I know you're right. I know I should go back with you to the boat, but it's my home. I'm not leaving it. I'm gonna do what I can to stop whatever's happening here. That guy, he said he's been studying. Maybe he has notes. Maybe I could find something through it. I'm gonna go ask him for them.
Okay, I'm gonna pause for a second and I'm gonna say, if you get a bad feeling, come back to our boat. I don't know how many people are with you on your boat, but at least we could talk after.
We'll see what happens.
Okay.
And he continues
I'm
moving.
gonna watch him walk away, and then I'm gonna go like out loud as I'm like shaking my head, and then I'm gonna catch back up with the group.
Anubisai, what are you doing?
Can you guess?
Lighting a building on fire and climbing into it?
Well, I was planning on climbing into it first,
Oh,
and then lighting it on fire.
All right.
Be right back, guys.
It's easy enough
seconds.
to. The wood in these buildings is it's 15 years untreated. So it's dry, chipped in places, it's gonna catch fire very quickly. Perhaps the rest of you, while you're leaving, if any of you take a look back at all, eventually you do see a large plume of smoke rising from parts of the town.
There's gonna be some acid rain in this area.
You will heal up to full from this, because fire damage standing in like this is an insane amount of d6. Something like 16 for willingly standing in a raging fire.
Sorry, was muted again. I'm curious just to see if the guy shows up to yell at me.
Nothing happens through the whole time.
Okay. When I'm about full, then I'll leave.
When you all leaving, you do see him. He is standing with Arden kind of close nearby, and he's looking at you. I've heard about you from many places. Do you lose power when you die or something? Or like, what happens? I thought you would be bigger.
He's talking to me, right?
He is, yeah.
I don't know. I guess you gotta observe better. And keep on walking.
Oh, a Dubasai's caddy. Meow.
Come on, Arden. I'll show you around. Show you the buildings to avoid. He wanders off. All right, so it does take some time. You will have to camp out on your way back to the boats.
So I'll
Nubasai,
probably meet him at the camp.
yeah, you would meet them at the camp. It wouldn't be too long, after maybe like 15 or so minutes. But I will move you back to the islands. Oh, that made his camera freak out. When the trees, as like last time, Brolog, eventually the smell of sulfur does fade away. You do get whiffs of it whenever the wind moves from the north down south, and you do get reminded of the town and the sand effigies walking around aimlessly. Oh yeah, Nubasai, when you're leaving that building, that burning building, sand effigies are freaking out on the outside. People are walking in, just disappearing. It's very confusing.
Don't care.
Yeah.
Don't care about his study. I was nice enough to try and pick a building that wasn't going to set the whole city on fire. But beyond that, I don't care. If a sand effigy gets in front of me, I walk through it.
Would
As
you
I'm
walk through a
leaving.
few?
Don't care.
That animal's on the side of the road as you continue on.
I do have a question.
I have an answer.
DM, player to DM, out of game. Is sulfur flammable?
I've looked this up and I can give you the answer. Solid sulfur in powder form is very flammable. Sulfur is generally flammable, but sulfur gas is not immediately flammable.
I actually looked it up too.
Yeah, I had to look it up as well.
Okay,
That's a good question.
Just,
Yeah.
It was like, did I just start something I may regret? I was like, kaboom! The whole
Just
city
You
giant
are going to cause this
explosion.
region to have acid rain. That is
Yeah.
going to happen.
Acid rain.
This is a lot of sulfur
Acid rain.
burning.
When the encampment comes by, it is a large, empty, hilly type landscape with long grass. How are you all camping?
We're not camping. We're going to the boat.
Will you have to the boat? If you go straight to the boat without camping, you will all take a point of exhaustion.
Raspidus intends to do that and just regain that exhaustion back on the boat because sleeping here does not seem like a good idea.
Rollock follows in this endeavor.
All right.
Same, I guess. I just kind of noticed that nobody's stopping, and I'm like,
Okay. Well, you get
Before-
to the... Yeah?
Since they're not stopping, I'm not actually going to catch up with them until we get to the boat. So before I break the tree line for the beach,
hmm
I do this. Don't know if you noticed that.
mm-hmm.
Do
What
what?
happened? What
Neb.
did you do?
Neb.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
Resurrect
yeah.
that demon monkey.
Yep. Gotcha. Neb's back. Guess who's back?
And then continue on to the boat.
Brillianto. You get to the dock, manage to signal to someone that you're there. The boat starts to get lowered, and by the time the boat has arrived, Nubasai, you've caught up to the group, and they are just beginning to climb into the longboat to get back to the sailing boat.
Mm-hmm.
I keep on walking.
Great. Straight into the ocean, looking for that
Like
anchor.
Godzilla, just walking straight
Yeah, and make
into
sure
the
Neb
ocean.
turns around and waves bye to them, getting
Which-
into the boat.
She does. Waves. Just stoic-faced wave. It's like that creepy,
gargoyle.
submerged. Brought to the boat. Tantor is waiting on top, offers out a hand for whoever's first. I imagine Zorai just flew over, so...
Mm-hmm. I think it'd probably be Percy.
Yeah, I was gonna say if no one else goes first, Percy would probably just go.
Takes your hand, pulls you up, and... You're back earlier than thought. What happened?
Yes, well, nothing good. Everything bad. This is not somewhere people should stay. That is for sure.
That's why it's called the City of Souls, boy. And offers his hand down for the next person.
That'd be me.
Pulls you up.
And as I'm hauled up, I'm like, no, like that isn't a fun time.
When I fly in, I'm just gonna ask for any liquor or alcohol. I'm gonna be like, "Where's the alcohol?"
We've been at sea for a while. It's rationed.
Where's my rations? Ration of it.
You'll get your rations when dinner times come by. Offers his hand down for the next person.
It's Brolock.
Prologue.
He comes
Pulls
up. Doesn't say anything.
You're right.
That is by far the worst place I have ever been. I am quite tired. I think I will sleep.
You all see, Nubasai, you've got to the anchor. Are you climbing onto the boat?
Hand over hand climb.
Nubasai's climbing up. Tantor looks over. Nubasai, how do you find the island? Good or bad?
There are no souls there.
Well, then I think it's unanimously bad. Great. Well, I'm sure the captain would appreciate knowing and hearing. As for the rest of this, Prologue, if you don't mind, we've got some repairs to do. We'll get the works going, get the boat going. Where are we going?
I believe
I don't
we're
know.
heading.
I'm gonna say I don't know if we're leaving yet. I think we might wait a little while, see if our friend comes back. But we also have to speak to Alibaba, I say.
Well, we can set sail that direction.
Give it a couple of hours before. Well, no, I'll talk to the captain about that.
Yeah,
What time of day
do
we're
your
looking
best.
at here?
You are looking at getting up to the morning, which reminds me, you are all exhausted.
Mhm.
Genuinely
We'll
exhausted.
speak for the captain.
We were just asleep though.
No, you
Ah,
weren't. You just spent all night walking to the boat.
Well, I will. Brolock will assist Tantor in whatever repairs he's talking about, and then whenever that's finished, immediately go into sleep.
Okie dokie. Going to sleep. Braspitus, what are you doing? Going to talk to the captain?
I'm going to go. Yeah, I'm going to go talk with Sabre.
Yeah,
So-
I'm gonna go with them.
Okay. Zorai, when you land on the deck and start to ask what for the booze, eventually you get this slap on your thigh from what's his name? I can't remember his name.
Wait,
I haven't
the
seen
guy
from-
that with is this
the guy's been-
Candros?
Candros from Candros. I've got you. Hands you a flask.
Word.
Personal reserve, don't have much left. You always gotta bring your own supply, good amount too.
As he says that, I'm just gonna be like, pull out my cast flask and be like, but it's starting to run a little low if you can't hear. Here, you want some of mine? We'll trade. Get a little variety.
It's like, thank you kindly, he takes it, and it's about as big as him. And Nubasai, anything you're doing?
I'm gonna follow Percy for the moment.
Okay. So
Good
three...
4 ounces.
4 ounces, yeah. The three of you, there it is. Head to the captain's cabins where there's... Inside is Sabre and... What's his name? Itanas.
Alibaba. No.
They are in the
Oh.
middle of a conversation when you enter in.
Hello. Yes. Well, that was fun. We're back. I guess we should probably linger here for a moment, but to be truthfully honest, Captain, we should be ready to go at a moment's notice. This island is a horrible place to sleep at. Horrible place to sleep at.
Well, that's no good. I've had plenty of fine sleep over here.
Well, good. Just don't go on the island and fall asleep.
Duly noted. Itanis? I'll get the crew back. Don't worry. Walks over to the back window and just looks at you all, smiles, winks, falls out. I hate it when he does that. Anything else?
No, I believe we were going to be heading to, what's the place called again? Why do I always forget it?
We could always just
Shallows?
call them.
Yeah,
Call
well,
who?
we can call Adibaba for what we found. But I believe we were going to head to the Shallows estate after this.
The Shilas estate. Oh, of course. We can head that way, but you mentioned something about waiting a few hours. Why would we do that?
Oh,
If you're done with the
that
island,
other
we should just
boat?
leave. Okay, the other
I
boat.
would like to, yes, but that other boat has an individual who's a very nice fellow. We'd like to see whether or not he comes back, but honestly, this used to be his home, and
Oh, well, then
I'm
he's probably
not
not
gonna
coming back.
yeah, I'm not going to force him to come back by any means. So that's why I said give him a couple hours, and then we can just go.
Well, I will give him until Itanis gets back with our crew that are getting supplies from the island. When they arrive, we will leave. I will be sure to inform you.
Hopefully none of them slept. On that note, Captain, I am going to go sleep.
Yes, you look
I am-
absolutely knackered. Get some sleep.
Yeah. And with that, Precipice heads off to the cot to collapse.
Except for you, Nubasai, you look shiny and brand new.
I wasn't a couple hours ago.
Yeah, fire will do that
roughly
to a
over half a
lady.
day, yeah.
I say, as I go like that
Ooh.
on her shoulder and on Anubisai's shoulder and walk out of the room. And I'm gonna go make a direct call with Alibaba. But
There
continue.
is a being on that island. I would mark it on your charts, never a visit again. I don't know if that being is the thing responsible for killing the entire city. He claims not to be, but he is more powerful than all of us together.
Give me a persuasion check at advantage.
Okay.
Are you saying this to Sabre?
Yeah?
Yeah. Persuasion check at advantage.
No, it's a roll of a 16. But that will become 12.
12. She... Well, I've seen you in combat and fight. Coming from you, that's high praise. Duly noted. Thank you, Nobusai. I will be sure to note it.
I'll go back on deck. Find my center position. Continue training Neb.
Alright. Yolondriel. Yolondriel and Zorai, what are you two doing? You all both have a level of exhaustion. And
I'm gonna stay up a little bit longer and practice my improvised harp.
Keeping in mind your level of exhaustion, you would be doing all that really at disadvantage due to the exhaustion itself. So even with your practice, you'd be getting half the efficiency of the practice.
Hey, you gotta practice your delirious self when you're for delirious times.
So that would be a... You could... Oh...
Say like 2 hours. I'm just...
Roll a
lot of stuff
Constitution
happens.
saving throw for me.
What are you doing, JP?
You've been up for over 36 hours.
15.
Loser.
15. You could stay awake for the 2 hours, but you only get the efficiency of like 40 minutes. Like you're falling asleep constantly mid-strum, having to be woken up by Kandros. And about an hour in, he'll look at you like, dude, you're exhausted. Go to sleep.
Meow. Pluck.
He just eventually leaves you and you fall asleep where you're sitting. Yolondriel.
I'm gonna go back to the cabin, pull out the bell, and 3 rings was direct call, correct? Direct communications, as it were.
3 rings was trade deal. That would be calling him to your location to have him turn up.
Okay. Trade deal. What was 2 again?
2 was direct call.
That's what it was. Okay, sorry, my bad. I literally got those switched around, like quite literally. Okay, then 2 rings, a ring-a-ding, and yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. You Prosperous, you would notice this because you're going to sleep in the same cabin because you've all got the same cabin.
Mm-hmm.
You hear the ringing of the silver bell. Ding ding. It essentially works like the message spell. You can send 25 words to Alibaba and he can reply.
Okay, I'm gonna say found your guy, died a long time ago, found the records he kept at the time. This place is dangerous. How should I proceed? 24. Get wrecked. XO. Your launch reel is the... No, okay.
The reply you get is, well, that's unfortunate. Banathor was a good man. Find the green gem, and I will give you your helmet. But only for the green gem. Kisses!
Okay, I'm gonna drop the bell on the bed, and I'm gonna go.
10 gold removed from your inventory.
Yep. I'm gonna go. And I'm gonna look at Percy. And I'm gonna say, how do we proceed?
He did not hear that, only you did.
Oh, oh, okay. Okay, I'm gonna look at him and I'm gonna say, we have an issue.
I think we have many issues. Which one are you talking about?
The bones and the tapes aren't enough. We need the gem, the green gem. Whatever it was that his man was getting for him. And I'm also kind of pretty sure he lied to me and he had the helmet the whole time. So.
The both of you hear. Yeah, that sounds like Alibaba. As out from one of the shadows steps that gentleman you met from the town.
I'm not even going to rise from my cot. I'm just going to look at him and say, you, sir.
Sits down in one of the cots,
Are-
starts swinging back and forth.
Quite annoying sometimes, just so you know.
Yeah, I get that a lot.
So what do you want? Or rather, what can you do for us?
Right. Now that we're away from that nasty little place, they don't mess with me. I don't have any reason for them to. They can't eat me. The only reason they're going for your friend, as far as I can tell, is, well, she could have moved them from the plane. They're smart people. They know I wouldn't do anything. As far as I can tell, these things used to be people. They used to be Kalishtar, from my understanding. I was able to confirm this just now, speaking to Arden. His parents are two of the ones missing. Don't know what happened, that's why I came here. A little curious. Kind of fun, studying things like this. But, seeing as I can't go to where they are, and you know what they are and have killed two of them, how about this? How about a little dealsy here? You help me clean up that, and I'll help you find whatever you're looking for.
Do you know how many there are?
How many other what? I don't know what you're looking for.
No.
Oh,
do you know
you
how
mean
many
of-
of what we're
oh.
cleaning up there are?
Yeah, they're hive units. The things you faced. Yeah, well, that's a little taste of that cookie. The big one's in the center of town.
I'm gonna look at Percy and then I'm gonna look at this guy and I'm gonna say, I'll go tell the captain change of plans.
Yeah, and apologize to her for me.
Yep. Should I ask her if she could help us? I'm sure she won't because that's endangering her crew.
No, I'd rather not endanger her crew.
Eh.
We know what we're going up against this time.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, There's nothing we can do about them on the physical plane, otherwise I would have had this cleaned up a long, long time ago.
So we go on to sleep?
You
Is that what
gotta
you're
go
telling
on to
us?
sleep.
Alright.
That's why I can't do it. I don't sleep. I can't sleep. I can't go where they are. It's the one plane I can't go to. How rude.
Anyway,
Where can we find you tomorrow?
I'll be where I was.
All right.
There's still a couple
Get
of books
out.
in that place I haven't read yet. Wow.
Praspidus
totally
falls
fair.
asleep.
I am walking up the steps to go tell the captain, never mind, that we have to go back.
Praspidus almost died, and he's exhausted.
But we're going to get some sleep. So I'm going to explain the situation. Say that we're going to get some sleep, and then we're going to go back. And if we don't return within, like, let's say, like, a week, she leaves. She can leave.
Okay. As you're explaining that,
Keep all the money.
Praspidus, you do have a tap on your shoulder and it's like, hey, yeah, so you told me to leave, but I still don't know what you're looking for.
Praspidus opens one eye and looks at him and says, "It'll be easier for me to explain in the morning what we're looking for, seeing as we're going to end up seeing you in the morning anyway.
True.
That way I don't have to explain it to more than one person."
Makes a little sense, but whatever. He starts walking. Hopefully, your metal friend Anubis won't be a problem.
I am sure she will figure things out.
I'd hate to destroy a beautiful piece of magic like that. Then he's look around the room when you open your eyes and there's no one there.
Praspidus now goes to sleep.
You do see, however, the golden metal and other geary box thing of the device you left behind on the counter. He brought it with him and left it on the ground by your cot.
Cool.
Is Wisp still on the boat?
Wisp is still on the boat.
Okay.
Wisp has been helping with the sorcerers. The other, well, the sorcerer and the wizard on the boat as well. Doing stuff with them, other Ganassi.
Okay, I'm gonna make a plan. I'm gonna sleep in the morning. I'm gonna write a note to go to Emlar, and I'm gonna leave it with Wisp to get it back to whoever he can eventually, if he can,
This
because I trust him.
what is it? This feels like you are giving me your will. Are you giving me your will?
No,
No, you're not.
no. It's literally just like a tiny sliver of a note.
You're not going out there to die, are you?
Aren't we all? I say, and I kind of just shrug my shoulders.
So we need to do it. Totally the wrong accent, but that's what I went with.
Yep. I feel like it's perfect either way. Yeah, and then I'm just gonna take it easy. No, I'm gonna say.
Cool.
Well, if you can,
Hmm.
at least get it to him.
Of course,
And then I'm
I will
gonna
do
go
what I
get
can.
ready. Go get ready. I'll send you a message.
Perfect with what that says.
Mhm.
And you haven't done the night's rest yet. Are you going to sleep? You are quite
Yes, I
tired at
am.
this point.
I am sleeping hard.
Nubisa, you're standing in your point. The night will go by. You will sleep a solid 8 hours. Zorai, during the night, At one point during your journey, you had very peaceful sleeps. Your dreams were nice, they were normal from what you remember as life was. But then, this night, they're back to the tree. The changing image and vestige of locations, different shapes, different types, but this one feels different. Give me a wisdom check. 10. It's not a bad different. It's a good different. It's more comforting, if anything, than ominous. And instead of waking up in a cold sweat of fear, you're waking up in a slight blissful state. You don't have your claws out this time. Your sheets aren't shredded. Or, well, the box
Yeah,
you were standing
I'm up
on wasn't
yeah.
clawed to no end. It's nice. As for the rest of you, your night goes by peacefully. The morning comes by, Brolog.
Do I get my max hit points back?
You do. Everyone is back to max hit points.
At some point in the night, I am going to ask, why haven't we left yet?
The crewman that you catch to ask that question looks and... we're still waiting on Itanis to come back with a couple of the other crew people who went on board onto the island for some waters. They should be back soon. I only part way into the island, 10 miles or so.
These damned fools.
I walk off the edge and go
Okay.
to the island.
Big sploosh and splash at the middle of the night. Guy just looking and... Alright then. Going back his duties as per usual. We've seen this a couple of times now. Used to it. Where are you going?
That was good.
Gonna hit the beach and then look to see if I can figure out where they went.
Okay, give me a survival check.
This is not gonna be good or anything like that, but hey, I'm gonna attempt. Ooh. Rolled an 18. So that becomes
A 2.
17. Yeah, not that bad. 17.
17. Yeah, you find well enough. It's easy to start the tracks because you saw Itanis, he went out. Turns out, just out the back of the boat, whenever they're stationary, they put a boat, a longboat, a small rowboat for quicker escape if needed through the captain's area. And Itanis is just falling back into it. He's not actually going into the ocean or anything, he's just doing a cheeky thing. He rowed himself over, and you could follow his tracks quite easily.
Follow.
It'll take you to about morning time when you come up onto their encampment. They're all awake. A few of them look a little groggier than the others. One of them is barely moving. It looks like he's about to fall asleep again. And Itanis, he's just sitting, looking at them all. Well, I'm not entirely sure what's going on with you, but that's all right. Oh, hey, Anubisai, how you doing?
This is a very dangerous place. You guys have got to get off this island now.
Hi,
Otherwise,
Sleepy
they're going to
Mc-
die here.
Sleepy McSleepinson here. It took him a little longer, and it's been doing that for a few whiles now, so your warning actually is quite genuine. We should have listened even more carefully. Shouldn't have camped, you little twits. Come on, let's get moving. Get up, get up. Thank you, Nubasai, for coming and checking on us.
If anyone needs to be carried, I carry them.
That one. He really needs it.
How
There's
far away
one.
are we from the beach?
You are a few miles from the beach.
I can't quite throw them that far.
No, you definitely couldn't. No. Oh, that would be a miserable end to that poor NPC. His name is Geralt, okay?
Oh, you gave him a name.
I'm giving him a name. Don't.
Of Rivia?
No, just you know what? Let's give him an
Thank you,
exact
Ethan.
location. An exact location. He is Geralt. Geralt of
Riviera.
Farthroot. Geralt of Farthroot.
Anyway, pick him up, carry him.
Is he a Henry Cavill type?
Very chiseled jaw, you know, cleft chin, very square,
A sculpture of a man?
looking
Yeah.
very tired, like in being carried by Nubasai. And Itanis begins walking with you. You're not under their contract. Why are you with them?
Death moves from here to there.
Does death like sailing?
Every now and then. You know ships go missing.
I'm just saying because we could always use more hands on the boats. and
No.
pays quite good these days.
Not enough death for me.
Pirate's life more for you, not ours. Used to have one of those. Gave it up when I got caught. Kinda wish I didn't. Sobre's good to us though. And he continues in silence. When you all wake up, Anubisai is gone. And morning crews going about their normal morning businesses. What
Yeah.
are you all doing?
I get another hour of yoga. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Same with
Yogaing it out.
meditation.
Go straight into meditation. Perfect.
Percy noms down on some rations and gets some
Same.
drink.
And then I do
Kandros-
my good berries
Kandros,
thing with Sortik.
he's this time he's swooping down and seeing how many he can catch with his mouth. Playing some games with it. You do this as Kandros comes up and is like, "Ho! Good toss!" and hands you up your morning rations of ale.
Thank you, brother.
Rolog goes and finds breakfast, and then finds Percy and asks him why we haven't left yet.
Okay, yeah.
Perfect. Hello, Brolog.
Good morning.
The reason we haven't left yet is because last night your Andrea got a hold of Adibaba, and Adibaba had originally sent us here. I just realized I'm going to be okay. But the Adibaba had originally sent us here to get something for him, and what we know to be getting for him are green gems on this island. So we're gonna have to go back onto the island to get the green gems.
That is unfortunate.
It is. It's irritating, but we will be meeting that also irritating fellow who he did swing by last night and left the device that I had left in the bar for us, so I can't say he's not altogether unhelpful, but it's clear that he is mentally existing on a level higher than ours, essentially. So I don't...
It seemed like it was lower when it spoke.
Well, I guess it does also depend on which angle you're looking at it. But So we are going to end up going back onto that island despite not wanting to.
Okay.
I am not going to ask Anubisai to come with us. I don't think she will want to, but, well, actually, no, I am going to ask her to come with us, but I'm not going to tell her that she has to come with us, because for one, she doesn't work for me, and for two, it's her choice, and she clearly doesn't like this island any more than we do, so.
When do we leave?
As soon as possible. The quicker we get this done and over with, the better.
Brolog goes and gets in the boat.
Praspidus proceeds to start getting all things ready to go back to the island.
Oh, one thing of note: Brolog left the bag of bones in by the bed, whatever that room was.
By the bed. Okay.
Good
Yeah.
thing you said that, because along the way I would have asked you about that anyway. And I would have found that out, and I would have been like, shit, and then ran back downstairs real quick, and I'm gonna grab the skull. And quick question for the DM: is that
Mhm.
enough to you speak with dead?
It sure is.
Okay.
It
I am
sure
going to
is. Hey,
Pocket
Michael,
that shit.
remember the last time that spell was used on me? I have a love-hate relationship with that spell. I love
yeah?
it and I hate it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was not good.
That was rough.
I did not
Anyway.
expect that.
Neither did
That
I.
almost ruined all my plans.
Anyway, apologies. You grab the skull and you go.
Yep. I've got everything else I need on me.
Okay.
I have changed up my spell list to pretty much only help people. So let's try this cleric thing out finally. Let's go.
See if he gets it right. Okay. So you're beginning to go about your process to depart. Brolog's getting in the boat. Sorry, you would see this. Kandros is currently trying to funnel from one flask. At this point, Zara, you discover that Kandros also has a flask collection of the collector's versions of Hank, has also met Hank, and also loves Hank. However, he is originally from Quayla, so as a Quaylan, he's ahead of you in the collection. But he's currently pouring the contents of one into one of your other flasks. It's like, there you go. That should tide you over for the day. Remember, any more, and I'm going to start charging you.
Thanks, buddy.
Charge him. Double.
How many of 32 you got?
16.
Oh.
Halfway there.
Okay.
Had to barter and trade for a few of them, and I haven't actually been to the inns. Technically cheating, but who cares?
Hey, no judgment here. I've got 3.
Well, 3, it's a start. Anyway, good luck out there. Don't die. It's good to have someone else who plays a musical
Was I
instrument
told
on
that
you.
we're leaving?
You're
Has
not,
anyone,
but
has anyone talked to me?
You would,
That
but
would be
he's,
one of-
he's gesturing at your leg and pointing at everyone of your crew getting towards the boat.
And I'm gonna be like,
Well,
oh,
no.
I'll be like, oh,
Praspidus
they'll
would have
talk
gone
to
to
me.
go find him. Yeah, Praspidus would have gone to go find Zarai to let him know.
Okay,
That's one of the parts of getting ready to go.
okay, then yeah,
Making sure he
then you
knows.
would have been, yes.
I'm gonna go get on and start playing my harp.
Okay. Anubisa, you were approached by Praspidus. Oh wait, no,
So,
you're already on boat. You would actually.
I was going to say, am I back
no,
on
yeah,
the boat
you're
yet?
not.
Yeah,
Not yet.
yeah.
No,
I'd be
no, you're not. Okay, so while you, Praspidus, are climbing on, assuming you're the last one, except for Yolandriel, who ran back to grab the skull real quickly. Tantor, not Tantor. Yeah, Tantor does. No, it wouldn't. He's that's right. He's the person guy. What's the Tabaxi comes up and says, "You've got 3 days on shore. If they found anything for us to eat, you might have more. But we can only stay here for 3 more days with what rations we have. and magical capabilities.
Mhm.
If you're not here in 3 days, we have to go.
3 days, guys. That's what we've got. Thank you.
Yep.
If we're not back in 3 days, thank you. Good luck, and fare thee well.
Same to
I'm gonna
you.
look at him
May the gods be
and I'm
with
gonna
you.
say, after he says that, I'm gonna look at him and be like, "Enjoy our money," as I pull out the skull and immediately cast. Go down to it.
What's
Speak with dead.
the casting time on that? How long does it take?
I will tell you. One action.
Mm-hmm.
Its duration is 10 minutes.
Okay, and the material components.
Burning incense, which I have on me in my box for clerics, whatever the fuck that's called.
Perfect.
We'll find it.
So mark off your incense, because it is used. And as the boat is
Box.
lowered, you start rowing.
Mhm.
This skull, as you all see, Praspid, as you witness the jaw of it move for a second and click, chatter for a moment, and this 2 arcane glowing dots appear in the sockets of the eyes. Prologue.
Did Yolandril do anything? Like say some words?
You is it verbal as well? Verbal semantic and
Hold on
material?
a second, yeah. I accidentally deleted both of my incense, so I gotta put that back in. You grant the semblance of life and intelligence to a corpse of your choice within range, allowing it to answer the question you pose. The corpse must still have a mouth, blah blah blah.
ESM.
I don't think so. I don't think I say anything.
Yeah, it has vocal, somatic, and
It does?
material.
Yeah, you look
Yeah.
at the
Yes,
components.
Oh, vocal. Yeah, I'm
VSM.
completely missing that.
Yeah.
Great.
Let's hear it.
We'll continue rowing.
Let's see,
Oh,
is it
yeah.
1 question or is it 5 questions?
It's 5 questions.
5
Up to
questions,
5
okay.
questions.
This skull is prepped and ready for questions.
Hey,
Let's see if
first
we can find the right
question.
tune for this.
As soon as you are ready.
Go for it. Let's go with this one.
What's this guy's name again? Sorry. I forget.
Banathar Blute.
Anathar Blut.
I'm gonna say, Banathar, why were you on this island? The island where you died.
The jaws click. The jaw clicks for a second with the. I was sent by the enchanter to find his stone.
Find stone. Okay. I'm gonna ask, where's the green gem that you were sent to find?
I hid it. Another was looking.
Where did you hide it? I say, and I kind of like look over at Percy with a look of like, these fucking undead. Can you believe them?
I have a better question than where.
Where no one else would find it.
Good answer.
Okay, I'm gonna ask. What do you know about what happened on the island?
You That was 3, so this is 4.
Yep.
It came at night. We couldn't wake up. It's eating us.
Final question.
Where exactly is the location of the green gem?
I want to know.
Place that no one will dare risk to go. At the place we do not know.
Do not know. Okay. As the spell ends, I'm just going to look at the skull and I'm going to say, well, thanks, that really helped us out. And I'm going to chuck the skull over the edge of the boat.
Prologue attempts to grab the skull.
Give me a dexterity check. Yeah, just a dexterity check.
Is he gonna take the whole boat over?
If he rolls a natty 1, he might. Do you roll a natty 1?
Nope, 17.
You catch it right before it plops. Yeah, the bottom of your knuckles get a little wet as it lands safely in the palm of your large hand.
Nice.
Braspis looks up at your Landrea and says, "You should have asked him who his competitor was."
I think we know who his competitor was. I'm just going to look right at him. At least we can narrow it down to a handful of people.
I mean, I
That
agree with you. I
was
think we do know who
rude.
his competitor was. However, and I agree with you, Brolog, that you shouldn't. Well, anyway, confirmation would have been nice because right now all we have is speculation.
I'm just going to look at like Percy for a minute. And it's going to be like a really awkward minute where like I don't blink while I'm looking at you. Because I'm like super annoyed.
Makes an ass out of you and me.
I rolled a 13 on my heart playing, by the way, so it's not great.
It's still, I mean, no, remember, you're not adding proficiency to this because you are definitely not proficient at playing the harp.
Oh, I just did a performance. Just a flat performance.
It's still, it's pretty shabby still. Even at a
Okay, can
13,
I
it's
hear
pretty
this?
That's why I
shabby.
said it's
You
not
can.
great.
Yeah, he's in the boat with us.
I'm in the back because I'm not flying this time because I'm playing my harp. And I
Hang
rolled
on.
a 13 in performance.
I do still have more to say as Percy.
Carry on then.
Yeah, go ahead.
Look, we have been flying through Andrea by the seat of our pants, going off of assumptions and speculations the whole way, making enemies left and right, hardly even having time to make allies, and honestly, it is hard to stay calm with a lot of these people. So hard. And part of the reason for that is because they are fundamentally different than we are. So if we can at least have some confirmations and things before we make decisions going forward, that would be nice. Right now, all we've got really is speculation.
Brolog, whilst he put the skull in his bag, and then continued rowing, and then he leans over to Percy and says, "We have the creed."
Probably one of the only solid things we have, Brolog. Thank you.
Well said, well said.
Hey, is Zari still playing that harp thing?
It's still playing. I'd assume.
Okay.
Yeah.
My eyes glow real bright as I turn around in the boat, and I'm like, please stop.
No.
Okay, I'm just gonna turn around and it like literally just turn around, and I'm gonna be like, okay. And then I'm gonna sit silently the rest of the time, like just like rubbing my hands together.
Steve sends you images of other times when Zorai picked a new hobby up, was just awful at it, but then his slow progression as he got a little better, and then a little better, and then a little
Okay,
better.
can I send him one image back?
You get the idea that he's trying to communicate he will get better, but you can send an image back.
Can I send
What
him
was he
one
thinking?
image? It is the bow in like a
You
fire.
technically can't.
Like it's just.
But
Oh
just-
no! Okay.
It's just him.
Damn it.
But you think you can, so you're just thinking that. Thinking, Steve can feel this. Yeah, sure, Steve can. As you feel the boat land into the sand, this is the point, Anubisai, where you and the rest of the group are walking up. The individual in front of you've had to keep awake for a while, and you see the rest of the group begin to hop out in the early mornings, which is where we're
What
gonna
is
take our
going
break.
on? I'm trying to get them off the island so we can leave.
We are going to take our break. You also all see Arden coming up
Oh yeah.
and approaching you all.
Forgot about that guy.
Yeah. But we will visit that after the break, see.
Yay. Breaksy.
I can't
So,
wait.
give us 10 or so minutes as we take a little restroom break so we can lose a few ounces to prepare ourselves to gain a few more. We'll be right back, everyone. Ah. Wait, hang on. Here we go. Now we got it right. Well, hello there. Welcome back. We're all back. We're here. What's up? How's life? We left everyone. Good timing, Zara. Coming back right when we are. We left everyone off. Just arriving on shore.
Shit,
Nubasai
I'm 2 minutes late.
arriving
Sorry.
up to them. That's all right. We're just starting. You all are back together, and there is another crew of, well, the party of the crew, seeing that the longboat has just arrived, are all tiredly climbing into it. Etanis waits back a moment. 2 other crew members take the one from you, Nubasai, and thank you profusely for carrying. The one who's taken from your arms, like, thank you, is brought off and carried to the boat. And Etanis looks at you all and like, hang on, I thought we were leaving. What are you all doing back on shore?
I must apologize profusely for all the confusion, unfortunately there have been yet again another change of plans. Anubis and I. Yes, exactly. I don't particularly want to come back to this island, but Adibaba needs a green gem. Oh no, I'm going to explain this 3 times, aren't I?
We can just easily say you explained it.
Yeah. That was Percy complaining about having to explain it 3 times, by the way, not me.
Etanis looks and
After the night before telling the guy that he wasn't going to explain it until tomorrow so that he didn't have to explain it more than once.
You're heading back into town.
Yes, we are going to head back in. We are actually going to go meet that fellow, see what he can do to...
When you guys fell
assist
asleep,
us.
you went to someplace different and you fought something.
Yes.
And he wants you to do it again.
Yes.
And did he guarantee that he's going to protect your sleeping bodies?
We're not going to do it again unless he can. Yeah, I know he wants us to go back in and do it again, but we haven't actually agreed to go back in and do it again.
And why is the observer caring about this even?
That is a very good question.
Probably
And
'cause
one
he's
I'd
got-
like to answer.
Probably because he's got some sort of stake in this. I mean, come on.
Yeah.
Nothing's really
Yeah.
free. So let's
And,
just
as a note-
assume.
Yeah.
Go
Can
ahead.
you wait here? Since I was not planning on coming back to the island to stay, I would like to go get a couple of things from the boat.
Of course. We won't move on unless, if you want to come with us, we won't move on unless you're back.
I don't trust them to protect your bodies.
Truthfully, neither do I.
So I need to go back to the boat.
okay. Etanis looks at you and is like, oh, good luck. I'm not going back. This place doesn't feel right, so I'm going to go back to the boat where it feels right.
Yeah.
Good luck.
All the crew should be back at the boat, Etanis. Don't let. I've already spoken with the captain about this. None of you guys should be coming onto the island.
Don't worry. After what they've told me and what I've experienced this previous night, I agree with you on that one. Good luck. Enjoy. And, hang on.
Hopefully see you in 3 days.
Indeed.
He reaches into a bag and pulls out 2 vials and says,
Hey.
in case you need these. And hands them over to you, Paraspidus. They're only small ones, but hopefully they help. Good luck. Seriously.
Thank you.
And he walks off to the boat. Rolled a natural 20 to decide whether or not he's going to give you those.
Oh, nice. What did he give me?
2 potions of minor healing.
Brolog leans over to Percy and says, the useless fellow has...
At that point, yeah, Arden is arriving and going, hello there! Hello! Welcome back! Hi, yeah, so he's rough. He's not fun to talk to, but after actually dealing with his impatience, I did manage to learn quite a bit. If you'd like to talk about it while we move,
Oh yes,
Where's-
please.
is the large metal
The-
one coming with us?
Yes, actually, we are going to wait here until she's returned before we move on. But
Alrighty then, we'll just wait here. Kind of
Yeah.
stands and looks around awkwardly.
Sorry, pulls
what-
back out his heart and continues to play. Or attempt to play, rather.
so, what did you learn about this individual?
Well, first off, I've learned that what he's been doing here for the past few years is just quite literally drawing the insides of every single building, studying them, getting the measurements, reading the books, and I mean literally drawing the town, detail for detail. Following the tracks of each one of the effigies and has a detailed map of all of it. He's definitely been busy, that's for sure. And he pulls out this piece of paper that has this markings in certain building areas, which it looks like it's a detailed map of the city itself. It's like, these are the ones that have the strong smell to them. So those are the ones we want to avoid. It's strongest and worst in the center of town, and kind of draws his fingers around that, showing you where the center of the town is. And it doesn't really look like a center of town, but it's where there used to be an old well of some kind that's hidden inside some place. And he just says that's the place that looks like it came from. I don't know how he figures it out, but he's pretty strong. Very high in magic. Some of the things he can do. He just stands and
So tell me,
looks between the
Arden.
wall.
Have you found your parents or your family at all yet?
No, their house was empty. There weren't even any skeletons.
What did your parents do?
They were just
For a living.
farmers.
And you didn't pick up the farming trade after your father had?
Well, I have a herd. I tend sheep.
No, you're right. You're right. Pretty much similar kinds of trades. Well, yeah. Guess we'll have to find out what he knows concerning where the center of everything is.
Well, you can only follow the effigies. You can't go into the plain area. He kind of stares off for a moment. It's difficult to sleep on this island, as you can tell.
Mm-hmm.
Nubasai, what are you grabbing on the boat? You are muted.
You are muted.
I am muted. I'm just gonna start by saying I am muted, just to see if anybody can hear me, and then go. I need 2 kegs of pitch and anything else they got that lights fires or sets itself on fires, explodes on fire. Fire bombs, Molotov cocktails. What do you have available?
So, when you ask around, some of the... Etanus hears you asking around. He would be arriving close at the same time and be on boat. So would Tantor. Either one of them would do this. You are quickly directed to go see Finney,
Okay.
who you are told can provide you with something that could help with that.
Okay. I go see Finney.
Tight squeeze to fit most of your body inside the room that he calls his invention den of sorts. You see the goblin tinkering away, building some cylindrical-looking device, and it's like,
Not right, not tight enough. Okay, maybe a little better.
clearly he hasn't quite noticed that you've entered, even though you probably made a bit of
Yeah.
noise.
So I will say in Goblish, I need to be able to set fires.
He perks up, immediately turns, looks at you,
Oh, hey,
speaking in goblin.
Yep.
hi. You know my tongue. Ah.
Jumps up onto
I know
his
lots of tongues.
stool and is like,
Fire. You okay.
reaches down and grabs a vial of this, looks like liquid fire.
Ooh.
It's like, just throw it, pop, and fire.
Okay. How long?
It's a good question. Let's find out. Ooh.
And how big is the vial?
It's only a couple of ounces. It's not too big. Essentially, so what you have, what he explained, it just splashes over, and it's like an oil effect. The fire acts like an oil, so it acts like setting the person on fire to a degree, deals 1d4 of fire damage, and doesn't deplete until it's wiped off or 10 minutes passes.
Okay. You only have one vial?
He's only got one, yeah.
Okay. I will take it, and I can't find it. Where is it? Will it fit inside me?
It'll fit, yeah.
Okay.
It'll fit in one of your compartments.
Yeah. Trying to find the size of my compartments. And oh, there it is. 1 inch high by 2 inch wide by 3 inch deep.
Yeah, easily.
And then I pick up 2 gigs of pitch
Okay, easy enough to do.
and walk back.
All right. It's about 30 so minutes before a Nubasai comes back. And Arden looks around and is like, all right, are we all ready to go?
Yes. I do believe we are.
Okay. Let's get going. Follow me. I'll lead the way. He
And we follow Arden.
starts leading the way down the pathway. Now that it comes back around again, there is a point where you will have to camp out for the night. Either that, or you can continue through and arrive in the city by the morning, but with a level of exhaustion.
I would not suggest that.
Praspis turns to Yolandrio and asks, you wouldn't happen to have any kind of overnight long-term protection spells that you can cast, do you?
Well, yeah, but I kind of like look around at everyone, all these big people we got, and I kind of lean into Paraspidus and I say, "See, it's like a 10-foot dome thing. I like. It's gonna be kind of cramped. We could try. We can try."
You
It would be.
say that a little quietly when Arden hears and goes, "Oh, you mean like this?" And he activates his Hearth of something and Shadow,
God.
whatever it is, which is 30
Hearth of
feet.
Shadow or whatever. Yeah.
It's bigger and acts like the same thing. It's more of a disguise, though.
Yeah. As he does that, I go, forgot about that.
It
Yeah.
protects us from the
Last
elements,
time-
but not the mind effects.
Yeah, last time I was thinking more mind effect protecting, to be honest. But
Well,
at the
hold on.
least, this will help.
See, it says 9 creatures of medium size or smaller can fit inside the dome with me.
Technically, everyone is medium size or smaller.
Even
there
Even the
are-
Loxodon?
Even the Loxodon, medium size.
Oh.
And
Okay,
Anubisaur is not in large size yet.
Okay,
Not
I'm
yet.
gonna say, what's his name?
Arden?
Arden.
Arden. I almost said Andor. That's a character I've played before. Arden.
It's funny because I
I'm
wrote
gonna say-
Andor.
Ooh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say, Arden, keep that up, and then I'm gonna like do this with my halberd and put up at level 3. It's got a casting time of 1 minute. Its duration is 8 hours. A 10-foot radius dome of force springs into existence around and above you and remains stationary for the duration. The spell ends if I leave the area. Until the spell ends, you can command the interior to become dimly lit or dark. The dome is opaque from the outside of any color I choose, silver, but it is transparent from the inside. Spells and other magical effects can't extend through the dome or be cast through it. So,
Okay.
I'm going to do that.
That 1 minute during its passing, the halberd, there's a soft glow that pulses out, goes up, and then domes around. And eventually that pulse turns into a physical barrier of arcane magic. When you're outside of it, you can't see in, but when you're in, you can see out. And it is peaceful in there. You are
Okay, I'm
double
gonna say-
domed.
I'm going to say, everyone inside the little dome, let's go, as I step in. I've like got my hand extended. And I'm just like,
A Brolog enters the dome. Before going to sleep, though, he would like to attempt to do a war dance of his clan to try to invigorate his allies and himself.
Okay, give me a performance check.
Is Brolog taking a level in Bard next?
yeah, hold on. Uh,
Are you becoming a
feat called
barbarian?
Inspiring.
do I see
Barbarian.
him getting ready to like start
Oh,
this dance?
it's obvious, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you need some like mind images, he's attempting to do something similar to the Haka.
Okay, hold on. So, is that a saving
let's do
throw
this.
or just an ability check?
No, that's just an ability check. That's a performance check.
Okay, I'm
Oh,
gonna give him like guidance. I'm gonna give you guidance, which means
Guidance.
you can add a D4. I like see
Okay.
you get started up, and I'm just like, I like go like this with my hands.
Wisps of
and I give
arcane
you-
energy going around.
Excellent. That'll negate my -1 performance.
Ooh.
So I'll go with 18.
18.
Nice.
It's
Oh,
it's good. It's really
This is
good.
invigorating.
It's so good. It almost brings a sense of fear in amongst all of you. It's quite intimidating to watch this large beast just doing essentially the haka.
And try to play
Arden-
the harp to the like the beat / rhythm of whatever his thing is.
And then Sarai ruins it all.
I wish I had the opposite
Give me a
of guidance
performance, Zarai.
as a cantrip.
It's called Bane.
Oh yes, but it's a spell. I
is a
mean,
spell,
like
yeah.
cantrip. Yeah.
10. It's your harp playing it's not good, but it's not bad enough to throw Brolog off.
That's good. That's key for that harp survival. Okay, nice. Brolog is very pleased with himself that he remembered all the steps, having not danced it in a long time.
He's clapping from the side from the terrified eyes of Arden. Wow.
Then he goes to sleep invigorated, ready for the day and the night.
Brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
Gonna make note of that.
You
Anyone
all
else
sleep
got any
around
nighttime ritual?
Morning yoga is my thing, and not while we travel. only when we have like the ability to rest properly. Could you imagine me busting out, just like holding us up for an hour first thing in the morning? Like, nope.
In the middle of a dungeon that
Nope.
everyone's dying in, like,
exactly.
nah, I gotta get my morning yoga in.
Nope.
Gotta get that yoga.
Nope. 1 hour.
Has to happen.
I just want it to be known I meditate regardless. It may not be as long as an hour, but I still do meditate every morning.
And Steve is starting to get into this strange sitting position, trying to mimic Zarai's sitting position and also trying to meditate. It looks really weird.
That is strange.
Especially with a monkey.
You're doing
trying
good,
to do it
Steve.
too.
You'll be a master in no time.
With Neb on the other side also trying. Strange sight. All out of sight. Arden goes, all right. Time to head back into weirdness.
What's your plan, Paraspitus? How are you going to fight these since I can't join you either? I can try and protect your bodies, but beyond that...
Well, first I'd like to see what this observer can offer us to, well, solve this problem.
There is a physical manifestation of them in the basement, or there was. Maybe you don't have to enter sleep to do it, to kill them.
Yeah, I think we should check for that.
So, if that was a possibility, why didn't he do it?
Exactly. See, we are. I had mentioned this in the boat to Yurlandril. We are working off of a lot of assumptions and no actual concrete evidence or truth to anything. The only thing we do know is that this individual may not be telling us everything, and I don't
Let's ask
trust
him some questions.
Well, go into every situation assuming that people are lying to you. Your life will turn out better for it, I say, like not even looking at Percy.
Haven't had to assume everyone is lying to me. Mostly because everyone here has been lying to me.
Yeah.
And nobody in Quayla lied to me.
Your father did.
Showing your privilege there, I say, as I can.
Anyway.
Go ahead, Anubis. Didn't mean to interrupt.
No. He doesn't know it, but his father lied to him.
You mean the king? Because Praspidus doesn't actually know his father.
Hint, hint, folks. That's some lore. He could have found out later. Yeah.
Let's find this annoying guy.
We keep trudging forward.
The site of the city is the same, though there is still the smoldering smoke of a now burnt down building that you have to pass by.
You're starting to break up.
Shit.
It's starting to...
It is
Shit
getting
out.
to
It's always in
that
the second
time
half.
in the
Yeah, it's always in the second half.
Well,
They almost had us in the first half.
you pass by sand effigies. When you get to the gate, the first thing you realize is that guard you destroyed, Brolog, it's back. As far as you can tell, it's the same one. Same details. Same everything. Doesn't look like, even inside the building, the burnt down building, you see these sand effigies still walking around inside as if it's not burnt down.
Are there any multi-level? Were there any multi-level buildings?
None that are... There are a few, yeah, but none of them that are decrepit enough for you to be able to see the second level.
Okay. Thank you for answering that in that manner, because I was going to ask you whether or not effigies were going up and down no steps.
Yep, I figured as much. But...
All right, let's go on to that inn.
And I will take note for you all, when you woke up, due to the dome, you did not have to make wisdom saving throws.
Oh, fantastic.
Rock on!
Yolandriel, I
assumes it's
think
because of his dance.
Yolandriel, I think you should cast that dome every time we try to sleep tonight. And Brolog, that dance was so invigorating. Just to make sure, do that every night as well.
I will make it so.
I see how it is, and I'm just gonna fly off towards the city.
You're in the city at this point.
I'm flying up and then just
He
following
flies
up then.
straight into the ground. 'Cause it's the city. He just slams head first.
Okay.
I'm gonna attempt to fly back to where we saw the dude last time.
It's easy enough to
We're
find.
walking.
You're
Stumbling around from
fairly
the hidden
close. The burnt down building's not too far away from where it is. Zora, with your ability to cut corners, though, you would arrive first.
I'm gonna go in and see if the guy's there.
He is. He's got a glass of whiskey in his hand and a book, and he's just turning the final page of the book.
I'm gonna let him finish the final page of the book, and then I'm gonna be like, "Thought you said it was dry around here." Keep what's up with that? As I mentioned, like kind of like motion towards the class.
It is dry around here. Didn't you see the barrel?
Yeah, but then explain that.
What? Oh, this doesn't come from around here.
So you've been sipping on the same thing for 10 years?
Part of a collection, yeah.
A collection, you say?
A collection, I say.
Mind if I
Kill
see
him.
it? I'm
Kill him.
somewhat of an alcoholic connoisseur.
It's about that
what?
point.
No,
It's
hold on.
about that point
What?
you're all
I
arriving.
made my words exactly as I meant to say them. I want you to know.
Yeah, it's at that point you're all arriving, and you hear him put down a now empty glass and look up and say, "No."
No, what?
Oh, hey guys.
That's all right.
Moves his finger round. You hear the crystal ring of the glass.
Hello.
Hey.
Back in here. Again. Praspidus will go and take a seat nearby the fellow.
He's standing on the other side of the bar.
Excellent. I will take a seat across from the bar from the fellow.
I'll sit down next to Percy.
He looks at Anubisai. You still want to kill me?
Yes.
Alrighty then. What are you doing here?
We are looking for a green crystal rock.
Gem is the word he's looking for, I say.
Huh.
And I assume you're probably looking for the same thing.
Nah.
Okay, insight.
Woo!
I'm actually also gonna roll an insight.
Okay.
I would
Those of you who
I would be a poor RPer if I didn't as well, because this is exactly what Braspidus is trying to learn how to do.
22.
Warlock does not
22.
care. Will not roll insight.
8.
Why are you rolling so many insight checks? Where's mine?
Sorry, I was
have
trying to
something
reset
else.
my bad rolls. My bad. Gotta get some of them out.
13. You lost a natural 20 in doing that.
Yeah, but did you see the rest of the rolls?
But she lost a natural 20 because of... Which doesn't mean anything because the algorithm could have been
Listen,
completely
you know,
different if you waited
you
5
may
minutes.
say that. You may say that, but my rolls today have not been good.
Dude, none of mine have been yet either.
Why do you
The
think I use
dice are not
physical
mine.
dice?
I can't find mine, okay? I cleaned my room and I don't remember where I put them.
Yeah.
Because they got
Anyway.
put with some stuff.
13.
Okay. I have sent messages due to who needs them.
Damn it.
Whispers have been delivered.
Okay, I'm going to say to him... Let me double read what you just sent me, actually. Okay. I'm going to ask him, what's wrong? I'm getting the feeling that you might know a little something, or you've just been straight lying to us this whole time.
Takes the glass, reaches his hand out, and then for a moment his forearm just completely disappears. And then it comes back and he, with a bottle, pours out, then reaches out again, back without the glass. The last person who came here looking for a gem died.
Yeah, he was keeping a room upstairs.
Oh no, I'm not talking about that guy. No.
Oh.
No, I'm talking about some other people. That thing is a death trap. Everyone who looks for it dies, one way or another. And he looks at you, Londriel, and as he continues, or they're stuck in a cycle that never ends, that just continues moving and pulsing with each age and each generation.
I'm going to smile real big and I'm going to say, well, apparently I'm already stuck in that anyway, so why don't we just keep moving forward? And I'm going to be like really cold and not blink at all when I say that.
Because forward's not always worth keeping moving for.
If you're an
Then what do you
observer,
suggest?
why do you care if the town's cleaned out? What you're asking us to do.
Anubis, give me a persuasion check.
Passive.
Ooh, what would your passive be?
Like every one of my passives is 10.
10. He just
taking that.
he looks at you and
At a -4, yes, that's a better roll.
takes a sip from the glass and. Why do you care?
Well, there's not much here for me, but I am interested in why you are here.
Brolog leans over to Yolandra at this point and says, this conversation is very boring. Can you slap me in the face?
Yolandriel, before you have the chance to, Brolog, you were slapped in the face by an invisible force.
That's a new one, Yolandriel. Very good.
Not knowing what he says, I slap him in the face. Because I don't understand what just happened.
One was sufficient, but best be sure.
Okay, I look real confused at Prologue, and then oh hell, I don't know what to say to this guy. Somebody else talk. Let me think for a minute.
You want us
gotta think.
to go into the dream plane and kill these things because you can't go there. What are they doing to you that you need this cleaned? What do you care? What's your point? Tell us or we don't help.
Oh, if you don't help, you don't get the gem.
So you're in
Sorry,
sole
walks out the
possession
door.
of the gem?
Oh, I'm not in possession of it. I know how to get to it.
Where is the gem?
Oh, now you see, I don't really entirely trust any of you, especially with what she's been saying. Do the job,
That goes
and I'll
both
take
ways.
you there. I'm not telling you where the gem is.
But didn't you just say the gem's a death trap?
It is. But, as you
So,
said, I'm
from
just
our
an
point
observer.
of view, we're doing you a favor with no return. Because even if you take us there, we're dead.
Mm-hmm.
You seem like a capable
Sure does feel
lot.
like we're not getting anything out of this.
Yeah.
All right. He sits up onto the bar, swishes the whiskey in his glass, and go.
Okay.
Go
And Zara's gonna
where?
leave out the front door and just start flying around. He's bored with this conversation
Yeah.
because it doesn't really
He's
matter
not
to
going
him.
to give us the information we want.
No, he's not.
I'm waiting until everyone's out of the room.
When Zorai leaves, after he leaves, he goes, I wonder how far their sleep effect can hit people. I guess we're about to find out. Takes
That
another
sounds
sip.
like a veiled threat.
Roll me an insight check.
Thank you.
And I as well.
You can, absolutely.
Oh.
Passive.
25.
Shit.
Your
Oh,
passive
shit,
will not
9.
make it a Numisai.
I know. I
Yeah.
know.
Fucking 9.
25.
That feat's starting to pay off.
What's the feat?
The fee I took at level 6 is skill expert, and I put it in insight.
Oh. Very good.
Praspidus will glare at the individual and then say, you don't spend much time around people, do you?
No, I don't.
It shows. And then he will walk out the door.
Brolog follows.
Then Nubicide
Yeah.
will follow.
I'm gonna wait until everybody leaves. And
Everyone
I'm
is
standing completely still. Still.
steel. Everyone's
Steel.
out there.
Dun, dun, dun. Now your Andrea dies now.
He pulls out another glass, pours whiskey into it, puts it in front of you, refills his, puts the glass away, and then just stands.
I'm gonna grab the glass and I'm gonna say, we need to come to a deal because I need to go home. How much do you know about Alibaba?
I know he's a prick.
Yeah.
I also know
I
he's a
feel the
daddy's
same.
boy. He follows whatever orders he's given, that son of a bitch.
Perhaps we can come to an agreement. I know they said that we're not going to get anything from this, but you're extraordinarily powerful. And I have my doubts that Alibaba is going to hold up his end of the bargain.
I
So
wouldn't.
maybe we can come to an agreement.
Give me a persuasion check. Please tell me you got a natty 20.
Nat 20.
Oh, you beautiful
It's
man.
technically a 19 because my persuasion is -1.
Okay.
But
And we would them they're not natural 20s, but do take it into
Yes.
consideration. He puts the glass down, looks at you and like, that's the first smart thing I've heard any of you say.
yeah, they're not from where I'm from. So,
Well, hang on. Skin tone, hairline, eyes. Dagrafin?
yeah.
Nice. Spent a few years there. Nice enough.
So did I. And I'm just gonna like look down and then look back up at him. And I'm gonna say, what is it you want? Exactly. Because I need the helmet that he promised me.
He turns and points at the sand effigy of the bartender who's going about his business as if nothing was going on. That is a direct representation of a soul in torment. What I want is for these people to be freed. I've been here for 10 years documenting everything of what this creature is. The whole time I have not been able to do a thing about it.
Because he can't sleep. Like my metal friend.
What I also want is to figure out who the hell created it.
Well, I don't believe in coincidence, and we had a little issue back where we were coming from, and then I'm gonna go on to explain what happened at was it Lithrom?
The
Right,
Throm,
as well.
yeah.
I'm gonna explain to him what happened, and I'm gonna say, very few things in the world are genuine coincidences. So.
Give me an insight check. How in detail do you get?
Pretty in detail, except for the stuff that I have not yet told the group.
Okay.
you know, that you have told me.
Yeah.
And I'm keeping it pretty vague. I'm just telling him about what we saw, like this undead coming out of the ground, all that kind of stuff. Who it was that I think like started it, the person we've been seeing, even though that's vaguely maybe not the person.
Oh, the person you've been seeing in Gloria?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
gonna say that there's like some sort of vague connection between the two, but yeah, I'm not giving them all of the details.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Give me a lovely insight check.
Okay, 16.
Throughout the whole conversation, there are moments where there seems to be a thinking briefness to him. How good are you at doing this? Pretty damn good.
My insight or his?
No, his. Oh, you've got to be kidding.
I bet he just got a nat 22.
So you rolled a 16 for your insight, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So he's got plus 14 to his deception. And rolled a natural 1. So he got a 15.
Fucking rock on.
When you start describing the figure in the forest in Recloria, there is a very saddening effect to his face. A frown begins to appear, and he no longer looks cheerful. Of any matter, if there was any sense of cheerfulness, like the angriness slows, and is more filled with sorrow.
Yeah, I'm gonna say, listen, if getting home means saving this world, this realm, then I'm gonna do it. But I need help doing it. And currently my party doesn't trust you, and I don't trust anybody. But that doesn't mean we can't work together.
Give me a persuasion check.
Ooh, okay, that's not great because my persuasion is -1, but 15?
15?
Hey?
Free these people, I'll get the stone for you. But if you're wise, you wouldn't give it to Adi Baba.
That's a bridge I'm gonna have to cross once we get this stone. You tell us everything we know and we'll do it. But we're gonna need your help. Don't just sit back and read a book. That's not gonna help your relationship with Anubisai anyway.
Slams the rest of the whiskey down, puts the glass.
I also do mine.
Fine. Let's make this quick. I won't be able to help you inside the realm that you're going to be entering into, but at least I can help Anubisai protect the bodies.
Alright. I'll get them. Let's get this done, and then maybe we can work out another deal about Adi Baba when we're done. I say that with kind of a smile. And then I'm gonna turn around and leave the room. And go tell these guys what the plan is.
He remains in the room for a moment, essentially giving you bit of time to tell them what's up, and what the plan is.
Okay.
We
I
managed
explain
to
everything that just happened, and then I'm gonna say, what?
Stinking dice.
Get wrecked, scrub. Anyway, I'm gonna explain the situation, everything that happened. Say, so that's the plan. If you trust me, then we got to do this thing, and it's gonna suck. But
You need that
better
help.
the evil we know than the evil we don't.
Let us destroy the evil, both. Hmm?
That's not how the world works, Prologue. But
One of these days, Brolog, we're gonna have to make it the way the world works.
Well said. Well said. Where to?
Yes, Andrea, where to? Where are we dealing with this problem?
Door
let's
opens
go back inside.
from the
Oh,
inn, and
never
he
mind.
comes out and is like, "All right, let's get this over with." Now, I'll tell you what buildings to avoid. We're gonna have to walk around town, and when you tell me that the weariness or this desire to sleep gets stronger, you let me know. I know where the center of town is vaguely, and I think it's there, but it's all gonna depend on which one of you falls asleep first.
Yep. I say, and then I'm gonna look at the group and I'm gonna just kind of shrug my shoulders and be like, "Yeah, you guys ready?"
I don't think we really have much of a choice in this matter.
Well, that's
But
the
yeah.
spirit.
Prologue
Say
does
we
not
do it.
respond.
Mm-hmm. I am going to, real quick, I'm going to look at a spell.
Oh yeah, and by the way, where's your flying friend?
Perhaps
stuff
it just
to say.
points up. He doesn't even need to look, because he knows that Zarai's up there.
Okay. Zara, exactly where are you flying around?
I was just flying above where they were. I was just doing circles, basically.
Doing circles. Okay. 2 would be enough for that. Great. He is indeed up there, flying around doing circles. Okay. Yeah, he's probably not going to want to fly over most of the buildings we're going to be passing.
Oh, you're breaking up hard.
Shit. All right. That also might be the voice I'm using. A little raspy. So, all right. Yeah, he's gonna want to come down and stick around with us. Some of the buildings we're
gonna-
gonna be passing are not friendly.
I'm going to whistle like that.
Also, when he falls asleep, if he's up there, he's just gonna come crashing right down to the ground. As amusing as I would find that, probably not a good idea.
Oh, that's a lesson he might have to
I
learn.
also would find that amusing. I would probably try to get.
Just suggesting, if you don't want to do it, that's fine. I'm gonna start going, you can start following. And he starts walking off.
Is anyone communicating this with me?
I'm
up
whistling
there.
at you.
Yolandriel's whistled
Whistling
twice.
at you.
I come a
This
little
is the second
closer.
time. I'm like, it.
Praspis follows the duder.
And I come down and I follow.
El Deuterino.
But I'm
Follow
actually going to
Percy.
stealth up in the back.
Follow.
Okay.
Steve and I are both actually going to do it.
They're stealthing out in the
Not
back?
necessarily from, just in general. Like, I'm not trying to necessarily hide from the party, but
You would,
just in general, like a general stealth, like behind following.
okay, that would also, yeah. So just give me a stealth check. Give me a stealth
yeah.
check. Just give me a stealth check.
17 for me.
Okay.
And then if Steve fails this one, he's got +4. You know what? No, I'm not even gonna have Steve do it. I'm just gonna have him go to Yolandrio and kind of inform him what Zara is doing.
Okay. You see images of Zorai in different times badly stealthing. But in this time,
Badly
goodly.
stealthing with this.
No, in different times badly stealthing. But in this time, he's doing pretty good.
Okay. I'm going to say to the group out loud, yeah, Zara's stealthing pretty good back there.
And the front you hear is like, nah, it's not that good. He's still pretty easy to find. This is about where I start picking up the skeletons. And when you start looking around, the roads in just middle of the road, maybe someone was pulling a cart, people by stalls, skeletons just on the ground. As if they fell over and stopped moving.
Is there clothing remnants at all on them?
Their clothing is severely soiled and rotten from the decomposition of the corpses.
It's raw.
I'm gonna loot up this bitch. It's just the simplest way to put it.
All right,
I'm just looking for like gold purses and shit.
It is taking additional time, slowing people down. The one in the front, the guy was like, all right, we do not have time for this. If it catches you and you fall asleep here, you're going to have to fight one of its wraiths. I'm sure you're not paying attention, so give me an investigation check while you are starting to do that.
Just keep going. We'll let him catch up.
It's like,
11.
If he
you
falls asleep,
don't
he falls
understand.
If he
11.
falls asleep, he falls asleep.
As you're picking this bag off of the corpse, you all witness Zarai just slump over. And then a sand effigy of Zarai stand up. Zarai, when you look up, there is this grinning figure, shadow-like figure staring right at you.
Almost basically crapping myself. I'll be like, what's up, dude?
At this point, initiative.
For all.
Everyone initiative.
God damn it.
It's alright.
Called your initiative, I will get you to the right location.
Yeah, you're all screwed. I just rolled the lowest out of the. Oh no way. I
Are you
can't.
sure?
I cannot buff you guys first round. So cool. I'm glad I collected.
Are you sure
I'm
you rolled the
positive.
Are
lowest?
you sure you rolled the lowest?
Are you positive you rolled the lowest?
All right.
Alright.
Let's give numbers. Come on.
I am going to move. Hang on. You all to this lovely little map. Everyone, you can move around within that zone how you like. Zarai, you cannot move. You are in that location. I'm going to give you a purple.
Where's the duder?
Tint. You see nothing. All you see is Zarai's
No.
sleeping
Where's
body.
the duder we were following?
Oh, he's oh, hey, I don't have one for him. That's awkward.
Bring the chair back.
No,
We
there we
need
go.
the chair.
We'll give him this. That's Siebel, yeah, that color. He's in the front, leading the way.
Who's between Brolog and...
I'm right there.
Oh man, you gotta love this combat in the 9th inning, guys.
Oh,
Steve is like
So-
over here, like flying high above.
Be
Like,
in
what
the
the
front.
fuck happened to? Sorry.
Last you said about Steve was he was with you, Laundry.
Oh yeah, that's right. That is
Yeah.
right. He's with it. My bad.
All right, is that where everyone would like to be?
No.
Except for you, Zarai. So, for initiatives, Zarai, who would you get?
5.
5. Wow, Yolandriel.
4.
4.
Oh my goodness.
Good heavens. Paraspidus.
6.
Prologue.
I told you.
11?
11.
We stick together, boys.
Anubis.
You're right.
9.
9.
Whoa.
The highest among you all.
Is the secondary tank of the group, which is a good idea, you know? He's also the barbarian.
He can take it.
Come.
Someone's going to have to control Arden, but I did just roll for him. He rolled a 4.
Oh, no. His dex is higher than mine, I assume, so he goes...
He's got a dex +1.
I've also got a dex +1. So, how are we going to do this? Are we going to roll again? See who gets higher?
It'll default to... you know what? That's volunteered you to control Arden. You can control Arden.
You son of a bitch. Okay, where is his... Hold on, I gotta pull
You
up
just
his-
got to go to the campaign as a whole, and
I-
you can pull up
yeah.
this document.
Arden, where are you at?
Well,
See?
all right. As for this
Wait,
guy...
where's he? Oh, right there. I see. Sorry.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Good grief. How bad could it be?
Oh, it's a druid. I've never
Right,
played
bad.
a druid. Oh, no.
Good luck.
Ooh.
Right, so the first person acting is the guy who's escorting you all, who just goes, "Oh, you've got to be kidding. See, this is what I was talking about. Stopping bad results. Now you got to clean up." All right. Starts walking over to where Zorai is. Actually, he moves full speed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 35, 45. He gets to here, and he says, before the end of his turn, like, "No use waking him. Thing's just gonna follow us and keep putting you to sleep. Gotta kill it." Let's move to the battle screen, as that is where he is holding an action. Next up is Brolog. Make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, I'm going to do that with advantage, I assume.
This would be with advantage, yes.
That's a natty 20.
Natural 20. You feel the effects of a dreariness, and then but manage to shake yourself awake and stay awake. Okay, your turn as usual.
There's no one around.
There is no one around. Zorai's on the ground sleeping.
I say to Fiolandriel, you may have to put us.
You broke
Okay,
up.
just wake him up.
I go over and shake Zara.
Okay, Zorai, you wake up. Make a wisdom saving throw. Oh, by the way, that's where it is.
I really wish I had my dice. 8.
8. You wake up tireder than you were. You lose 5 maximum hit points.
And I'm gonna grab the bag of coins that I was grabbing before. Or attempt to, rather.
It will take your action to do that, but you do succeed in grabbing it.
Okay, do I have time to yell?
Anything else with your turn?
Nope.
No? Great. You know what? 1, 2, 3, 4. Roll a d4. Legendary action. 4. Brolog.
This feels like some garbage.
Brolog? You fall asleep. You all witness and see Brolog's body just hit the ground, sand effigy standing up. Brolog, you can now see this snarling creature staring back at you.
Wait, how much money did I get, though?
You have not had time to investigate.
Okay.
I don't know if it was still my turn or not, or if I had anything
No, that was a legendary
my turn.
action. That was
Okay. So not my turn now? No longer my turn?
Oh, Zora, you have not picked up the coins yet. It's not your turn.
Okay.
I
Oh,
forgot about
sorry.
that.
My
That
bad.
threw me off.
Out of our turn.
It took your action to wake him up.
So I have like a bonus action?
You would not be able to see him at this point. This is happening at the end of your turn. I messed up. I thought it was the end of your turn.
Okay. Well, regardless, during my turn, I would have grabbed out my rod in my trunk. That's all.
Your trunk?
So,
Okay. At the end of your turn, you all witness Brolog hit the ground, Sand Effigy standing up. And then you see the rod slip from his trunk, roll on the ground, and while you are in the dream state, that rod disappears. You still have your axe and your shield, but your rod is gone. After that, it's his turn.
Oh.
He is going to... He technically doesn't have to do that. He is on the same square. What you see, Brolog, is this shadow lurch forward and come right at you. He's going to make an attack against you. That is a 17 to hit.
well, that's a miss.
That's a miss. Okay, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
With advantage.
This would be with advantage. Yes.
It's a 12.
That's a 12. That is a fail. The shadowy figure suddenly turns and shifts and begins to look like Anubisai. And the next thing you think is, this is your friend. This is Anubisai, your friend. You take... What's the passage on that? There is no passage. Oh no, it's +2. Okay. 4 points of psychic damage and are charmed by the creature, and you think it is your friend. You cannot harm it or intend any harm for it until the end of your next turn. That is its turn. Coming up to... I need to organize these. Anubisai. Oh, sorry. At the end of its turn, some of your lovely friends show up. Boop. Right there.
What are those?
That, Zora, you witness that as you wake up, start thinking about that coins, from that general area, the earth just seems to burst upwards into this armed figurine shape that is... It looks like living vines of earth, just whipping around and moving forward in this large mass. Just burst from the ground and start reaching out towards you. However, it cannot act on its turn, so it goes to the next person, which is Anubisai. It does trick... No, it doesn't. That's not what he was doing. That's awkward.
So I'll look at this guy and go, "You got this, right?"
Funny. He, oh, well, he does
hold
reply.
action.
Hold action? Okay. He does not reply. Holding action. After that is Praspidus with Zarai on deck.
All right. So, one of those things just appeared over there.
Yep.
And,
Oh yeah, make a wisdom saving throw.
And we have to make a wisdom saving throw. So we get a
I need
solid
a-
17.
You pass, you remain awake. You shake off the sleepiness.
All right. Are there any doors nearby that look like they might have been opened?
You can still see the sand effigies going about their business, moving around. The doors are all shut, but things are going like normal with the sand stuff. Actually, no, they would be freaking out a little bit. No, they wouldn't. Never mind. Sorry, I have to wrap my head around how these things work still, and how the gameplay thing of it works as well. The sand effigies are still genuinely quite moving around. Some of them might be a little startled by the sudden appearance of a Loxodon, and stop for a moment, but then continue on. However, unless you want to spend your action looking through doors, through windows, and such, what particularly are you looking for?
Somewhere where it might look or smell similar to how the tavern did concerning the things in the basement
Okay.
of the tavern.
Give me a perception check.
I'm doing this right now. Hey guys, what's in this building? I rolled a natural 1.
You have no idea. You are absolutely befuddled. There are buildings around you. It's a place. It's a city. Any of these look like it, maybe. And there's a general smell of sulfur everywhere.
I'm gonna end my movement with my movement right there, and that's the end of my turn.
Okay. That's Paraspidus. Legendary action. Let's see. Paraspidus. As you are approaching
Yes?
that point, the rest of you see Paraspidus just collapse to a knee and then face forward, falling asleep onto the ground. You are now in the Dream Realm, and you can see what is attacking Prologue. Oop, I still need to hit the C button, don't I? There it is. So, after Paraspidus, Zorai. Eulandril, you're on deck.
I'm gonna grab those coins and fly about 15-20 feet up, or rather attempt to do all that.
Okay. So you grabbing the coins, that's your reaction. Or your action, not reaction, to do so. Flying up does trigger an attack of opportunity.
Yep.
Okay, which it is going to take.
Mm-hmm.
I shit you not, natural 20. Now, I know you're immune to criticals because of the armor, but it does hit you. Which does mean I need you to make a strength saving throw.
Rest in peace. And folks, as we
16.
wind down our tale of our
16.
adventures,
Okay. 7 and 2. You take 7 points of lightning damage and 2 points of bludgeoning, but manage to pull yourself free of the tendrils that are wrapping seriously around all of your limbs, trying to bring you back down to the ground. You do manage to get out of the range. You doing that does trigger the action that the fellow who's guiding you had saved. He was waiting to attack when it attacked something else. So he is going to stab at it with one of these two very, very beautifully made daggers that he's just pulled out. 15. Very large numbers. 3, I need more d6.
Oh, good.
About a nickel for every time I've heard that. Hey.
Hey,
Don't
hey!
play yourself there, bud.
D6.
6, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20. I rolled like shite. I'm pretty sure he's got a thing for this. I really hope he's got a thing for this. He does have a thing for this. He's going to reroll that damage. Savage attacker. Much better. 15, 21, 24, 31, 32, 35, plus 12, plus 12. It's 47. This thing, when he attacks at it and stabs the dagger into it, large chunks just explode from the other side. It is small portions of what it used to be. But it is still up. 7, 3, 25. Great. Those were
No.
reactions, yeah, so it's still your turn.
Yep.
Your action,
Yep.
and how far up did you move?
15 feet.
15 feet? You've got 15 feet in reaction left.
I'm actually gonna basically end my turn, but I'm gonna have Steve. Yeah, he's got 60. Gonna fly over right there
Okay.
and hit him with that sting attack.
Sting attack, give me an attack roll.
Ah, crap. I gotta find a +0. I might have someone else start rolling for me at this point. 6, 10 to hit.
10 does not hit.
Yep, alright, that's
The
it.
stinger just scrapes along stone, not knowing what to do, where to injure. Is he moving at all?
There you go. Alright, we're done.
Alright. Alright, then Yolondriel. Yolondriel and Arden.
Wisdom saving throw, I assume.
Yes, wisdom saving throw.
Okay, I'm gonna do both of us. Back to back. Me first with a 17. Arden with a nat 20 for a 29.
You both pass. Shake off the sleepiness.
I'm gonna go first, so hold on one second. Let me read this off to you. Okay, Beacon of Hope. Casting time 1 action, range 30 feet, concentration up to 1 minute. The spell bestows hope and vitality. Choose any number of creatures within range. For the duration, each target has advantage on wisdom throws and death saving, and regains the maximum number of hit points possible from any healing.
Okay.
So that is my action. I am going to, yes, thank you for that little marker. I'm going to take a step forward and, yeah, pretty much just relinquish my turn because that's really all I can do because that takes an action and I can't cast another spell. Wait, I can cast a,
Cantrip,
cantrip, right?
if it's a bonus
Yes.
action. That's the
one
difficult
second,
part,
let me-
is finding
yeah,
a bonus
that's the
action
difficult
cantrip.
part.
Yeah.
There's like none of them.
Yeah. I actually don't know if there are any of them.
Nope, not that I have.
I think they're all actions.
Yes, so that's my turn. Going over to Arden's. Just one more time. Okay, he is going to summon Beast at.
Oh, screw you. I hate summoners.
Yeah.
Alright, what beast
Okay.
is summoning?
Okay, hold on. Are you whenever the spell level. So I'm just gonna
Dolphins.
do
Oh,
So many
good lord.
dolphins.
Level 2. I can't change anything on this thing because it's up for it, but I'll
no, it's fine. Yeah,
I'll keep in mind
Uh,
what I've got.
pen and paper too.
Yes,
That works.
yes, I will definitely do that. I call forth a bestial spirit. I'm going to do. You know what? I'm gonna do a pseudo dragon. Much like Steve, that's what I'm gonna do. That way I can do flyby at the same time. It's literally so. How does summon beast work? I've never played it, so explain to me how this works. Do I literally summon a pseudo dragon?
So I will tell you first off, normal pseudo dragons don't have that. I don't think.
Nope.
The flyby
Oh,
thing,
what?
and the normal pseudo dragons don't have the flyby. They're also
Oh.
squishy little bugs, essentially.
Yeah, no, that's
Steve is special because he's Zorai's companion, so he is stronger than any other pseudo dragon you'll run into. They also have
Okay.
like 4 HP.
You bring a rhinoceros.
I thought it didn't matter what I. Okay, I don't understand how druids
let me-
work. So you
what
have
is
to
summon
really
beast?
explain to me.
I need to look at this spell.
It's bestial spirit. It summons
Bestial
beast,
s- oh,
and it
that's-
says bestial spirit.
I think a little different.
here, while they're looking it up, there are 2.
It's a small beast, armor class 11 plus the level of the spell. So it's 11 plus 2.
Oh, so it gives you a
AC
whole
of
stat.
13.
Okay, this is
Yes,
different.
it gives me whole stats.
This is very
Yeah.
different. So that's just what the bestial spirit's going to look like.
And it
Is it's
says
going to
hit
look like-
points.
Steve.
Yeah, like Steve.
It's going to look like
Yeah.
Steve. There you go. This has a range of 90 feet. Where are you putting this?
I am let me look at the map. It is coming up right behind
Duration.
the thing I can see.
Concentration. Perfect.
Up
Okay.
to 1 hour.
Yep. That is...
Just copy and paste. Yeah, son. Can you give me control of Arden and that
Yeah, yeah.
and color it different? That way
I
know
will.
it's mine. Thank you.
There we go. I will also put in his HP for you. There you are.
Gotcha. It's 20 for air only. So
Yeah.
I'm assuming that's what
Yeah.
it's considered.
That's what this will be considered.
Cool.
And you have control of Arden now too.
All right. Well then,
because that's no longer needed.
that is my turn, I assume, because I don't think I can control him immediately. So
I
I
don't
think
think
it's
so.
next
either.
turn, right?
I know occupy space to go to beautiful environment.
Right.
It's good to see good to see but it takes turn immediately after yours. Okay, I would say no. Yeah,
Okay, gotcha. Cool.
It is summoned.
That is both of our turns. Everyone within that sphere around your laundry roll has advantage on wisdom,
so
and unless he says
those
something
of you
else.
in the
Sorry.
dream plane are not under this effect. You do not see your Londriel. He is not there, and this aura is not happening in your plane. So those of you who are in the dream plane are not affected by your Londriel spell.
And
I'm
Zari's
going
just
to
gonna have a
go.
hold up a minute as he sees this thing coming.
Mhm. And you also get fully healed if Arden
Yeah.
heals you or somebody else heals you.
It is
So,
a dope spell.
yeah, I'm also going to yell out, "Wake everybody up!" Like, that's going to be my yell. And then that's our turn.
At the end of your turn, when you yell that, it swings back round to the other guy who says, "That's a terrible idea. Leave him asleep. Kill the thing. It'll just follow us." As he makes a few attacks against this.
BRB, I have to use the restroom, sorry.
Go for it.
Are we getting a nap break? Sorry,
He
long
rolled
week, long week, ladies and gentlemen. I'm tired as
27 to hit it. How many attacks? He's got 2. Okay. Da, 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 da. That is enough.
Surprisingly, making me very hyper all of a sudden.
Oh heavens. How much health does this thing have left? Oh well, that one's not good.
Can
So
you
my
guys like
turret
push
is not
some of that
6,
push some of that energy my way? 'Cause like I'm dying over here.
6. With a final blow swinging around, bringing that last second dagger up, he carves up the side of this thing, and it just flinches and then becomes inanimate. And he looks at him like, seriously, you need to kill on the other plane. That's the only way to stop it now. That is his turn. After that, let's see. 1, 2, 3. Two. Steve, while he's flying back away, stops flapping and hits the ground. Skids not high enough to take any damage, but he is now present within the dream plane. Right in front of the nasty, gnawing, biting teeth of that lovely creature. After him is Prologue. You're up. You've got the shadow attacking you.
Prologue is very angry, and not only at the shadow thing.
Oh, wisdom. Oh, no, you're fine. You're already asleep. Never mind.
Prologue rages,
Nice. Bonus action rage.
and then wherever that went, where'd that go? And then he will swing his axe.
He can't.
Swing his schmeat.
He's
Right.
still charmed.
You are charmed.
I'm
You are still charmed, yeah.
Ah! Okay, do I see is there like any sort of like shadow or sand replication in reverse?
No, there is not.
Okay, there's not.
You do not know where Zorai, Yolandriel, Anubisai, or the other guy.
Okay,
Or
in
Arden.
that case,
No,
He knows where
no.
Anubisai's at. It's in front of him, his best friend.
in that case,
Right.
he has limited ideas of why he's so angry. So he's going to attack the building right here.
Just deal some damage. You big chunk out of it, which causes quite a few people to freak out.
So,
Some of the civilians to panic.
would you like me to roll for
start to
damage
clear a little
against
bit
this
low.
building?
You can. You just
Oh.
basically take a part of its cornerstone out. It's still fine,
Okay.
but it's missing chunks and pieces of itself now.
Okay. That will be Brologue's turn.
Okay. That being your turn, the charm effect goes away. It is now the baddie's turn. It now sees a very tasty snack that just appeared in front of it. And is going to take...
Sorry, he's got a higher class than I do.
Let's take an attack against it. Do. That is a 22.
Yeah.
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 Okay.
Ouch.
And I need Steve to make a wisdom saving throw.
Yeah. You guys go in this dream state. Why
Ten. All right.
Gotta fix
Next
your
rolls.
problem.
I need someone to make rolls for me. I haven't hit above a 10, please.
10. All
Just
right.
roll flat dice.
He
I'll add the
takes.
modifier.
Steve takes 14 points of psychic damage. And is blind until the end of his next turn. Creto. That is its turn. It cannot do one because it's not quite ready for that yet. Let's see. Sarai's still up. Eulandriel's still up. Arden's still up.
Arden's still up.
Yeah. Okay. Eulandriel,
Mm-hmm.
you fall asleep, find yourself standing in now this sudden battlescape of
Even though I
Brolog.
have advantage on
This is
On
doesn't
wisdom
doesn't require a roll. You cast the spell yourself today already.
have I?
Your concentration does also drop. Actually,
Okay.
no, it doesn't. It wouldn't. Because the way I've been doing it is you've just been instantaneously, you're right there inside the other realm, so your concentration's still up. But you are inside the dream state at this point.
Does that bring the spell's effects over to the dream state?
It does.
So now the people who are in the dream
Now the
state are the
people who are
ones
in the dream
affected
state
and not the other way
Are
around.
affected by it. Yep.
Boom.
That's actually better.
Mm-hmm.
That is better. Rolled nicely for you. Anubisai, it's you.
I am gonna move here and hold action. See if
Okay.
anything else shows up. Protect these guys that are sleeping.
Alrighty. Action held for protection. Paraspidus.
Roy, barring anything I'm unaware of, I can move right here and take my attack action.
You can. And this will be at advantage, seeing as Brolog is on the other side, flanking without... What's it called, stuff?
One of my attacks is me providing a superiority dice to Brolog to attack his no longer friend.
Okay.
Brolog, this is not an Ubasai. Please, proceed.
That also takes your bonus action, right?
Yes, that's my bonus action and one of my attacks. Since
Okay.
I have two attacks, I will still be able to get an attack in.
Very good. And Brolog, you're doing this at advantage.
With the superiority dice of a
You are
D8.
muted.
You are also
You did.
That's a 25.
That hits.
Wreck scrub.
And then you want me to roll is the security die for the hit or the
It's for
damage?
the damage.
damage.
Perfect. And then roll for damage. Max. That 20.
20. Very nice. You slash into it, and it takes a little moment for the shadows to reconnect after you open up sight through to the other side with your axe. Very good.
Very nice.
That does use his reaction, I think, as well, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, that does use your reaction. And then I will make my one swing.
Cool. Give me an attack roll.
14.
14. That does hit.
Oh.
I
Okay.
need to go down here for that stuff.
9 points of damage.
9. Alright, you use Lady Galani's sword and swing up and also get a good gash into this creature. It still looks very strong, very capable, but you are beginning to work at it. That is all your turn, I believe. So, next up is Zorai.
Okay, so Zara is gonna hold his turn, but Steve is gonna do something. Just let me pull up a dice roller that's not D&D Beyond because it has been sucking the life out of me.
She's rolled 20.
Oh, that's actually fair. Okay, I'm gonna have Steve attempt to sting this creature.
Okay. This will be
Again,
an
I know it's at disadvantage.
yeah, attack roll at disadvantage.
Oh, it's not gonna hit. I don't even remember how to do this. There we go.
Let's see what he gets.
Is it coming up for anyone else?
No.
Sweet, I just crash roll 20. Let's go.
Let's go! Hog champ.
That's a dead rock.
So he got a 9 to hit.
9 to hit, that does not hit. Just blindly stabbing out at nothing. Brolog, you see the stinger just going out and trying to hit something, but too far away.
And that's but I'm holding my turn.
What are you holding? Oh, you're holding your
I'll
turn.
hold-
You are.
Is it okay if I split Steve and I or no?
You're almost towards the end. You're like.
You're
second
like
to-
right at the
Oh.
end. You wouldn't be able to hold
Yeah.
it into the next turn.
Alright, well then I'm just gonna hold an action. I'm gonna be ready to cast a spell, if that's okay.
Okay, what spell are you holding?
I'm gonna do produce flame.
Produce flame. Okay. Perfecto. Yolandriel. You are
Okay.
up.
Quick question: is Arden asleep?
Arden is not. He is highlighted
Damn.
green because that was the color. He is one of the few ones still awake.
Okay. As well, seeing what is going on and knowing that the spell that I cast, concentration, I am going to do this. Like right here. Can I stand like right here?
Yep.
Okay. I'm gonna
There's
stand.
rock crumble right there. Beware.
Oh, that's like. Hold on. Actually, can I still reach this guy? Can I still?
With your
do
halberd?
this?
What are you talking?
Yes. Can I still reach in and stab into this guy?
Yeah, you can.
Between. Okay. Oh yeah, Zarai's fine.
Zorai's
Excuse me.
he's flying 15 feet in the air, and he's
Yes.
not in your plane right now. He's
Okay,
still awake.
Got it. Oh yeah, that's right. My bad. My bad. No. I'm gonna stand right there. Yeah, and I'm gonna hit this asshole. Yeah. I'm just gonna hit him twice. Try to.
Okay, give me attack rolls.
16 on the first one and 12 on the second.
First one hits, second one misses.
Okay.
He's
That's
moving
the way the
back.
cookie crumbles.
It's the way the cookie crumbles.
10 damage.
10 damage. Slash your halberd
Uh,
in, stab into a nice, meaty place. Is that your turn?
Yes, I'm
Okay.
going to use my bonus action for this turn to yell to the boys, "Let's kill this fucking thing!" As I'm pulling back to get another one.
All right.
And then my turn.
Before you take Arden's turn,
Mm-hmm.
Zorai. Suddenly,
Uh-oh.
below you, this is unfortunate. Suddenly below you, the entire scene changes. You see Yolandriel stabbing forward with his halberd, Brolog attacking with his battle axe, Braspid is swinging at this cloaked, this shadowy figure and facade moving around, Steve blindly stabbing away, and then you wake up. On the ground, having fallen 15 feet.
Oh!
You take 1 point of bludgeoning damage, and I need you to make a
you're
wisdom
lucky.
saving throw.
At advantage now because he's in my spell range.
He is
No,
in,
no,
in
he's-
the
he's-
real plane, and you are in the dream
Yeah.
plane.
Oh,
He
he
is
woke
not.
up. Yes.
So not at
God damn it.
advantage. I think you're muted.
We all have to wake up at the same time. That sucks.
11.
11, you failed.
Or
Your
you wake up
maximum
first.
hit points are reduced by 5.
Ooh. Just had a brilliant idea. If Brolog takes a level in Bard, Paraspidus should take a level in Barbarian.
That's nuts. Right,
I'll take a
and
couple
this
levels
is
in Paladin.
now it's Arden's turn.
No.
It's Arden's turn, Yolandriel. What is Arden
okay.
doing? He is still in the
He-
real plane, and he just witnesses
Oh,
Ri
okay.
fall from the air, hit the ground. Also, you did as well, Nubasai. You just saw that happen. I'm gonna put little markers.
Where our bodies are.
Yeah.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
Yeah,
He
this
holds
multiplanar
his-
combat's confusing.
Yeah,
he
I need to figure a way
holds
around
his
it.
turn. Okay, so he holds his turn for if he falls asleep in the next round. Is that possible? Like holds attack.
You know what?
actions Until he falls asleep.
Yeah, I'll
he
say
falls
it
asleep in
can.
the next turn.
He'll need to. No, yeah, totally possible. He hasn't seen what's on the other side, so I might make things at disadvantage for whatever he's going to try to do. What is he holding his turn? Because he can't really do that. It's at the end of the round, or is he holding an action?
Can he hold the action for? No, that's. He can't do fucking anything. He
Just
can't
tell his
do
uselessness
anything.
to sit on the ground and wait.
Yeah, he can't do unless I can hold the turn for the spirit animal I just fucking brought out.
So what you can do
that's
is you
because
can
the
you can
spirit
hold.
animal is the closest one.
What I'd like to do is hold the spirit animal's attack action for if another one of those strange things that they summon up comes into being.
Okay.
And
do
Zora,
that.
Zora, give me a concentration check to see if the spell you were preparing while you were in the air still remains. So you can to see if your prepared action remains essentially.
17.
17. It's still there. You still feel ready to cast the spell, despite what happened. It's at that point we will have to continue this next week.
Start of the turn. Let's go.
Start of the round. Start top of the
I'm
round.
making a note.
Make a note. Keep track of things, of effects that
I'm
are going
making a note.
on.
I'm checking it twice.
Okay.
I'm gonna find out who's not nice.
Yeah, it's alright. 15 feet in the air. I was like, oh yeah, when you fall asleep, that's more than 10 feet. You're gonna take damage and wake up.
Yeah, but I was fine with that. It was kind of planned.
And with this, with the sleep effect that's going on, essentially any creature that is 50 or less hit points that is targeted in certain situations is automatically asleep. For creatures like Brolog, there's a little extra rolling that goes on behind it. And there's some trade-off that goes on. When we're done with this place, I'll explain how these creatures worked to you all, so you know the stats behind everything. I made them complicated. So it's a little
Got the
difficult
gold
to keep
though,
up
right? But I
sometimes.
still don't know how much it is.
You still don't know how much it is. Write that down in your extra inventory. Sack of coin.
Miscellaneous monies.
Sack of coin. Just it's what I've got on my side. So
Hopefully it's
perfect.
2 copper.
Who knows? It might be. I usually
I
roll
saw
randomly
more than you
for
do,
this.
bitch.
Anyway, lovely week. They got into some combat stuff, and as per always, Zorai caused trouble, and they got into an issue, which could have been avoided, but wasn't. We will see you all next week, Sunday, as always.
Yay.
at 3 o'clock MDT. Thank you all so much for joining us. We love you all. Till Sunday. Bye.
Bye.
The year may have closed for now. We hope you met a friend this go around. Tired and blurry you may be. We hope your minds are full from this revelry. May peace follow you out. May you return for more giggles and shouts.